Testing. Commissioner Papalimu, can I get a camera and mic check? No. Commissioner Andrian, can I get a mic and camera check, please?
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you. Commissioner Papalimu, can I get a camera and mic check?
I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Can I let you know I may unmute and go off camera because I am babysitting my two youngest grandchildren. Their parents have COVID.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks for letting me know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McAdam, can I get a mic and camera check?
Hi there, can you see me now?
I can't see your video just yet.
Okay, you know what?
Try.
I will plug in my webcam. 1 second.
Okay.
Is that working? Doesn't look like it, right?
No.
Okay, let me I have to go into my settings. 1 second. I will sort this out.
Okay. Commissioner Cam, can I get a mic and camera check as well?
Yep, how's that?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, does that work now?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Brilliant, thanks.
Commissioner Osterkamp, can I get a
Yes.
mic? Oh, mic and camera check. Okay,
You hear me?
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, so I don't know if Mike is on, but I will be temporarily unavailable from about 9:59 to 10:05.
Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know.
Sure. And actually, I'll have to close out of the Zoom meeting very briefly for that reason.
Okay, noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, Chair Curtis, you heard that?
No, I didn't. What was that?
I'm going to be on, but between about 9:59 and 10:05, I'm going to have to patch out, and I will patch back in as quickly as I can.
Okey doke. Thanks.
Uh,
Chair Curtis, can I get a mic and camera check as well?
Check, check. How's that?
That's good. Thank you.
So even with Jeffrey patching out for a little bit, we'll still have a quorum. So we'll just continue the meeting with Jeffrey in and out.
Yes.
Thank you.
so it appears we have a new commissioner.
Yes, Lindsay came.
Congratulations. I think.
Yeah, Lindsay's new. She'll be introduced at the beginning of the meeting.
Deputy AG Ching, can I get a mic and camera check?
Check.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Young, can I get a mic and camera check?
Testing, one. I'm here.
Yes, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Testing.
Commissioner Kushni, can I get a mic and camera check? Commissioner Kushni, could you please unmute?
Jess, can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. I can hear you now. Thank you.
I have 10 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to introduce Lindsay Cam, new commissioner who's completing Anita Aquino's term for co-op. Could I have a roll call for attendance, please?
Yes. Commissioner Andrion,
Here.
Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Kawada. Excused. Commissioner McAdam,
I'm here.
Commissioner Osterkamp. Excused for now. Commissioner Papalimu,
Ms. Papalimu, I cannot hear you.
I can see
I'm
you.
sorry,
but-
my
Thank you.
it wasn't working, my speaker.
Okay, I can hear you now. Commissioner Young,
I'm sorry, muting. I'm here, yes. Hello.
hello. Chair Curtis,
Here,
there's a quorum. Thank you.
thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the written minutes.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Yes, sir.
Yes, there's two links on the agenda. And I believe that's confusing quite a few people. So there's a link to oral testimony and there's a link to view remote meeting. This has never been done before. And I believe that the people who are viewing remote meeting will not show up on testimony. So people are confused on why this is happening. And we've never done this before. So what is the reason for having two links and not people?
The YouTube link is an active view for anybody to view, as well as the oral. They can sign into the workplace. So I'll entertain testimony on the agenda item, approval of the written minutes. If anybody would like to testify, please raise your hand on written minutes. And I'm
Sure.
gonna limit you to talking about the agenda item at hand. So testimony must be limited to the written minutes as the agenda.
Chair, I have a point of order.
What
People are
rule-
going to try to testify.
What rule am I not following?
Well, people need to be able to be interactive with this meeting.
They're able to, they're also able to live stream it. I'm taking
Okay, Chair,
testimony
this
now
has
on
never
written
been done
minutes.
before, and I believe this is intentional. And people need to sign out of the view remote meeting and go to the remote oral testimony if they wish to have testimony. This is deliberate.
We're adding the additional live stream YouTube. We'll continue with the agenda items. You're out of order.
Chair, for the
I'll take-
record,
Beg pardon?
Commissioner Osterkamp has joined the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take oral testimony on the approval of the written minutes agenda item.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to amend the minutes, please,
We're taking testimony from the public right now.
on the minutes.
Yes. On that agenda item, we're taking oral testimony from the public on the agenda item, approval of the written minutes. Does the public have any testimony on the written minutes agenda item?
Chair, I still have a point of order. People don't know that there's two links. And
I've
they
I've overruled that. The chair has overruled your point of order. Right now, we're on written minutes. Hearing no public testimony, I would entertain a motion to approve the written minutes as circulated, or you can amend them after that. Is there a motion to approve the written minutes?
A point of information, Chair, please.
Point of order or point of
Chair, we
No,
have
a point-
testimony.
A point of information, please.
What is that?
You're asking for public input in regards to the minutes. Am I correct?
I'll take public testimony today on each item on the agenda. Yes,
For the minutes, this is to approve the minutes.
that's correct. That's the agenda item.
But you're only taking it from the public and not from commissioners?
Public first, and then the commission will take a motion and discuss it.
Okay, I was, because you didn't ask for commissioner input, so thank you.
Not yet. I'm asking for public testimony on each of the agenda items prior to the commission discussion.
Okay,
Yes, Chair, we have testifiers. If you would like to
Thanks.
testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are
Zoom.
joining us by phone, press *9 when you are recognized. Please unmute your microphone before speaking. You may also turn on your video at this time. For the record, please state your first and last name. To ensure we will have sufficient time to hear all the testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. The first testifier is Ohana Unity Party, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
And we'll have a 3-minute timer, please. Thank you.
Aloha, everyone. Haven't seen you guys since March. We've seen the correspondence. I went over the testimonials. I sent you multiple testimonies writing all the broken laws, statutes, laws.
We're talking
rules,
about the
regulations.
written minutes. If you
Well,
can
the
stay
written minutes
on
are
written
corrupt
minutes,
because we couldn't agree on the minutes last time, and I'm frustrated just like the board. And it's not making sense to anybody. We have all this correspondence, and now, Chair Curtis, I like how you are answering our questions. You say thank you, and we move on. Right? So thank you for the testimony, and then we're moving on. But we went through this hundreds of times. The last time we addressed these issues was March. We're talking about the PIG, the PIG. You're
we're
supposed to
talking
have the
about
chain of
written
custody
minutes.
and all
sir.
these things. Well, the minutes are corrupt because it doesn't get through.
Stick to
And the board members
to
are
the
just as
subject.
frustrated as the public. So I don't approve the minutes. I don't agree with the minutes. I agree with the public's testimony and their complaints, but we haven't had a regular meeting since March. So how do we address the past complaints before we can get to the new complaints? And I don't agree with the minutes. I can't approve the minutes, besides what we said in testimony. And that's what I have to tell you guys. And you can go to the next testifier. We got a long day.
Thank you. Next.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Aloha,
Mr.
Chair and Commissioners. Before I proceed with my testimony, I just have a clarifying question. Are we being asked to testify on the minutes or asked to testify on a specific agenda item?
Each specific agenda item, and this is the approval of the written minutes of March 19th. That's the agenda item we're receiving testimony on.
Okay, so you're not on agenda item Roman numeral 6A yet, is that correct?
Not yet, that's correct. We'll get to that.
All right, sir, I'll wait for that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Detweiler. Next speaker.
The next testifier is Jamie Hunt, followed by Tara Rojas.
Ms. Hunt. You need to unmute. Ms. Hunt, you need to unmute. Next speaker.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Representative Garner Shimizu.
Ms. Rojas.
Aloha, Tara
Hello.
Rojas, and I agree with Shelby that I do not approve the minutes because the minutes are fraudulent. The minutes are missing information. The minutes are not accounting for, again, the public's voice. Michael Curtis, chair, and that 5 that always agree, Claire McAdams, Lindsay McCann, Peter Young, Jeffrey Osterkamp, and I was looking for the 5th person. You know who you are. It's just the 5 of you that agrees with this corrupt chair and the corrupt system. This is all fraud. This is fraud, and this is hiding information, which is how this meeting is set up. So no, I do not approve the minutes, and neither should anybody, and do not move on, and do not bury the truth. This is fraud, this is corruption and you're being called out and you need to remove yourself and you need to take accountability and the 5 that agree with you. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
The next testifier is Representative Garner Shimizu, followed by Carl Dix.
Mr. Shimizu. Can't hear you.
Chair, I move that you enable chat so that people who cannot be unmuted, and this happened in the last meeting, at least they can put their questions or testimony in chat.
Mr. Shimizu.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we
Yes,
can.
can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. Glad to be here, and I am interested in the happenings of this elections commission, which I believe is a very important part of our democratic process. I appreciate you, Chair, for serving, and all the other volunteers that are serving on the commission, as well as all the concerned citizens who are signed on. I do acknowledge the previous 2 testifiers with concerns that I believe are rather serious in nature, and I'd like to have a clear, transparent discussion about how we get solid answers to concerns. I'm not saying that there's any wrongdoing, but there are obvious discrepancies in some information, and I think honest answers with transparency would go a long way. So I'm getting involved to see that happen and make sure it does happen, and willing to meet with you, Chair Curtis, and whoever else up above the chain to make sure this occurs. So thank you for this time.
Thank you, Representative Shimizu.
The next testifier is Carl Dix, followed by Leonard Nakoa.
Mr. Dix.
Aloha. I also would not motion to approve the minutes. The minutes have not been accurate since January of 2024. Every meeting they've been twisted, skewed, and they're just not accurate. They do not accurately reflect what happened in the meetings. I even provided transcripts, written full-on transcripts for the meetings, and the minutes have never matched. And I've put forth a motion to not approve the minutes of the March meeting, and actually any minutes of any meeting since January 2024. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Dix.
The next testifier is Leonard Nakoa, followed by Andrew Acker.
Mr. Nakoa.
What, you hear me? Hello, you hear me?
Yes, Ken. And
Okay,
you're
bro.
discussing the
Yes, bro.
minutes of the last meeting?
Yep, that's exactly what I want to talk about. The minutes of the last meeting again, it's BS. Yeah, we're tired of this kind of crap. I'll schedule from Lahaina. We got screwed. We're getting screwed again by this board. We tired of it. Yeah, brother, you, the chair. You know, I know you guys all volunteers over here. But if you don't like doing the job, you don't can do the job right. Get out of the way, bro. Get out of the way. Get somebody who like me there. Get somebody who gonna do them right to the people, by the people. Yeah, I mean, tired listening to your language, how you take the words away from the other volunteers on this commission. Yeah, because remember now, they're all volunteers, like I just said. Like I just said. Yeah, and so I'm mahalo the other brother for volunteering and stepping up against this kind of action. We tired. Yeah, we tired. Sit down and do nothing anymore. Okay, we're not letting you guys step all over us and run over us anymore. Okay, Hawaiians been getting screwed by this system. And we're done. We're done. We're tired. Yeah, so get out of the way, brother. You don't like do this thing. You don't like doing right. You don't like doing right by the people. Get the heck out of the way. Get people inside there who are going to do them for the people, for the right people, not for the money, not for the corruption, not for nothing, for the people. But I'm sorry, Chair. I know you'd volunteer, but get the heck out of the way. Yeah, bro. I mean, stop taking the words away from the other volunteers. They're putting in the same amount of time as you. Yeah, all I'm gonna tell you again, get the heck out of the way. Cause you and Straub, you suck. Okay.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
The next testifier is Andrew Acker, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Mr. Acker.
Aloha, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Andrew Aker here with Maui Freedom TV, and I do not approve those meeting minutes. Mr. Curtis, you might want to check on an app called X. We've been investigating you and the Obamas and everything behind blocking Commissioner Ralph Cushney. We got the receipts. We got the goods on you, man. So like Junior was saying, like, get out the way, bro. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Aker.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Gary Cordery.
Hey, thank you so much. I don't approve of the minutes because they're not accurate. My testimony was more than just expressing frustration over lack of my complaint not being followed. My complaint was categorized, and I'm thinking about that here, even though I did point it out many times. So I don't think they're accurate. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Gary Cordery, followed by Judy L.
Mr. Cordery, unmute.
Thank you. I had a pop-up that said the chair had to open up the opportunity. I agree with the previous testifiers and oppose the approval of these minutes. I regularly host owner, architect, contractor meetings. These meetings are designed to provide clarity and a clear pathway forward. They depend on a conversation about if there's any inconsistencies or incongruencies in the minutes. In this case, it appears that you're asking us for our opinion, whether we should approve these minutes. I don't know that the people have a voice, but I can tell you the previous minutes are not accurate. They do not include the option for debate to clarify inaccurate information. Therefore, they're useless in moving forward. If you were to approve these minutes as stated, then they provide context for how the board is to move forward. They should provide an opportunity for discussion and clarification on previous promises made by the board, commitments made by the board, answers provided by members of the board, the commission. So I find it unconscionable that you're going to ask the people to approve minutes that nobody's reviewed or discussed. This is against common sense and honor. So I cannot say in a stronger way that these minutes, they're not minutes. They're actually declarations. So I oppose this process in its entirety. Mahalo. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Cordery.
The next testifier is Judy L.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I too cannot approve these minutes. I haven't studied them, but I've been a Maui citizen for 16 years. And a couple of us went downtown 2 years ago we took quite a while to get an appointment with Miss Moana Luti, who's our registrar of voters. And she looked us right in the eye and lied to us that they purge the voting rolls every day. My friends got 26 ballots at their house for the last election. Most of those people were already gone. So there's no purging. And it doesn't sound like there's too much honesty going on. And, you know, you guys are representing our democracy. I'm 77 years old, and this is so disturbing to see what has happened in our beautiful governments. And sadly, Hawaii has the reputation of being the most corrupt state in our country. And we actually know that it's actually technically legally not a state. So that's a whole other conversation. But we can't have faith in our government if you people aren't even providing us accurate minutes for meetings. I'm part of the Hawaii State General Jural Assembly, and we are dealing with these issues on a regular basis, and we're watching you. And we are very angry, and we're not going to put up with this BS for much longer. You're going to all get replaced. And this is really sad that in the United States of America, we have come down to this level of corruption. I'm fighting because I have grandchildren that I want to have grow up in our beautiful, magnificent, unique country of freedom and independence and free speech, and it's being chipped away. And I'm sorry that you people are contributing to that effort instead of actually representing the people. Our founding fathers put it in the Constitution that should your elected officials ever break their oath to the people or abuse their power, this is how you recall them. So we are in process of working on recalling many of you. And I don't know what our enforcement is going to be because you don't let us have an elected county sheriff. And we've looked into trying to change that. You've got it all locked up. So the system is broken, people, and it's really sad that you're there and that we're paying, I guess, Representative Curtis for this nonsense. And I'm very angry about it. And I'm not going to shut up. And I see I have 25 seconds left to tell you how sad I am that we've come to this place. So I don't know how you people sleep at night being deceptive this way. So hopefully your conscience will kick in and maybe you'll get down to the truth. So no, we will not approve fraudulent minutes. Thank you so much. Mahalo.
Thank you, Judy.
The next testifier is Jen C.
Hi, this is Jennifer Kawan. I just want to put in my agreement with the previous testifiers and do not approve of the previous meeting minutes. I've been testifying in front of this commission since 2020, and ever since then there has been no action, no follow-up, no real solutions, and it's just very disappointing. So I just want to just put in my testimony to not approve the minutes. I yield.
Thank you, Jen.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
I see a Susan Strom with her hand up.
The next testifier is Susan Strom.
Thank you.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, aloha.
Aloha, this is Susan Strom. I just wanted to share, there are far too many concerns with the anomalies of these minutes to proceed forward in good conscience. And this and other concerns with a general lack of transparency needs to be addressed immediately before we proceed forward. So therefore, I cannot approve these minutes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Andy Crossland, followed by Tara Rojas.
Morning, Andy. Andy, if you could unmute. Thank you.
Yeah, it took a while for me to get the option to unmute. So as many of the previous speakers have stated, there are some inconsistencies with these minutes and past minutes as well, but sticking to the agenda item here of the minutes for the last meeting, I'm going to defer to Ralph Kushney's input on corrections that need to be made to the minutes, because I know that there are definitely some corrections that need to be made. I yield.
Thank you, Andy.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Blanca.
Aloha, Tara Rojas. I want to state that I do not approve these minutes. And again, yes, let Ralph's input make the corrections. And I want to remind you all, even though you're all volunteers, the maximum of law, no one is above the law. Again, maximum of law, no one is above the law. This election committee you're violating your own duties clearly, transparently, and blatantly. And for example, like Lindsey Cam, when the testifier said that, you know, you all be, you know, Michael Curtis have been investigated, and there's like receipts. I noticed the smirk and the smiling, you know. You're only, I'm gonna say I disapprove the minutes. Why? Because your only hidden agenda, so blatantly obvious, is to block Ralph Kushney and silence him and remove him, even with the threat of arrest, and to stop the meetings. That's how every single meeting has been. Is that in the minutes? No, right? And then you have your 4 or 5 agreeers to overrule him, Papalimu, and Dylan. So I'm just wondering, you know, what unlawful protection or something, or I don't know, envelope or what have you received to be so smug and confident for all 5, 6 of you about lying and violating your duties in the face of the public on recordings, and to not step down? If you're only volunteers, you hear the public, we're all standing with Ralph. You all need to step down. What's keeping you there? Who is keeping you there? What entity is keeping you there? And again, whoever, whatever it is, they're neither above the law. The maximum law, no one is above the law. Step down now. You need to be held accountable, and there needs to be serious consequences for these violations of even Constitution and your duty to listen to the public, not your own hidden yet blatantly obvious agenda, which is basically just to block Ralph, who is for the people, who listens to the people, who speaks the truth. That's all the meeting is going to be. So everybody just watch what happens, watch what he says, and that's the minutes that's going to be hidden in the next minutes. But we do not approve these minutes. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
The next testifier is Blanca, followed by Jarek.
Aloha, mahalo, Chair. I just want to repeat what the previous, Tara Rojas has said. I oppose the meetings, and I would like to request of you guys to maybe appoint a different committee. The Office of Election is total corrupted, and we need change. I don't need to tell you the story. You know everything. The most corrupted agency in the state of Hawaii. Mahalo, Aio.
Thank you, Blanco.
The next testifier is Jarek, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, guys, welcome back. Welcome back to another commission meeting. I was really hoping that today's meeting would be somewhat of integrity, but I guess that hope is out the door. It's kind of sad that we cannot get minutes passed, all because of just corruption, man. How is this meeting even okay? I don't know, but I do not pass. I do not approve of this meeting minutes from the last meeting. I hope I'm wrong. I hope today's meeting goes good. I hope everybody on the commission vote the way it should. Because, hey man, Hawaii, it's a special place for me, man. I'm sure it's special for a lot of families. But having this kind of meeting, having this kind of leadership, man, you guys are killing Hawaii. Take a look at the leaders that is in place right now. They're killing us, guys. There's no future for the future generations in Hawaii. Thanks to you guys. That's kind of crappy, man. To know that you guys don't even care about the future generation. There's more concern of corporation and just corruption. Man, have pride for Hawaii. Fix it. Don't make it worse. I can't approve these minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Annie O'Neill.
Aloha, Chair. Thanks for
Aloha.
letting me come back on. I understand now about the minutes. I've had time to review the minutes, and I want to say for the record, again, this is Jamie Detweiler. I say for the record, I disagree with the minutes as submitted to all of us, and I would recommend that Commissioner Kushney and other like-minded commissioners add to the brevity and truth of those minutes. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Annie O'Neill.
Hello, Commissioner. Hello,
Aloha.
Chair. I do not approve of the minutes, the written minute from March 19th, 2025. I've been following these meetings, and I think there is so much room for change and people to shuffle. We're on a bus. Everyone needs to be on the right seat of the bus. Some people are the drivers, some people are the passengers, some people are the ticket takers. The driver needs to get off the bus. We need to get someone like Ralph Kushney in the driving seat and move the action forward that reflects the voice of Hawaii and the people who want to see the best for their little counties. I think transparency should be paramount. And it appears, even with the letters I've sent in, I just feel like I get a gaslight response. I just get a bully response. Like, oh yeah, let's put a pin in it, Annie O'Neill. I'm getting really tired of it. So my request is get out of the driver's seat and let's put the right driver in it. Mahalo.
Thank you, Annie.
The next testifier is Andy Crosslin, followed by Annie's iPhone.
Andy, unmute. Thank you.
I want to offer a suggestion. Is there a way that this process can be more expedient in the future where the commissioners can offer their feedback ahead of time and then the draft minutes can already include the commissioner's feedback? Because it seems like there is an unnecessary amount of time being used right now. And I can imagine that people want to get to the business of this meeting. And if the commissioners were offered the possibility to suggest amendments to the minutes ahead of time that the secretary could confirm, then that I think would be a much better way to do this, because I know in the past that there have been suggestions to change the minutes and people have said, oh, well, that's not what I think it was, blah, 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 whatever. Well, this would give the opportunity for somebody to confirm ahead of time, and then there would be less need to do this during the meeting itself. So I'm thinking this would be a better way to do it, and I offer that suggestion. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Anne's iPhone, followed by Claire Yamashiro.
And when you unmute, could you state your name? How do you unmute an iPhone? Sorry, Ann, can't hear you. Next.
The next testifier is Claire Yamashiro, followed by Painkillers.
Ms. Yamashiro, could you unmute your mic? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I concur with everyone who has testified against this. Oh, excuse me, I can't see. For the minutes from March 19th, 2025 meeting. And I agree with Dylan Andrian and what he had said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yamashiro.
The next testifier is Painkillers.
Could you state your full name, please, when you unmute?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hi, hello everybody. My name is Keone Payton, and I am here. I'm here again. Actually, we do this every so often, and I feel like we're beating a dead horse. I do not agree with the minutes, but I do have something to say. My time is very important. I have a 4-year-old that I could be spending time with, but I'm spending time and I'm coming on these meetings and logging on with you guys. And it seems we're getting the same results over and over and over again, which is Mike Curtis, Chair Mike Curtis, man, you don't want to do your job. Okay, recording stop, recording in progress. What's going on?
You're being recorded.
Okay, so were you trying to mute a portion of what I was saying?
I have no idea how that happened.
Kind of odd. This thing always happens to me. But okay, moving forward, Mike Curtis, real honest question, yeah, but honesty seems to be very rare in these settings and in this commission, especially with you and your other 5 friends. If you don't enjoy the job and you don't believe in the job that you volunteered to do, why are you here? And the only reason why any of us will come to the conclusion is that you are here for some kind of financial benefits, or you wouldn't be here. You don't believe in the system, which is why you keep on trying to silence Ralph Cushney. Every time he tries to speak, bring up a point, and there is a few of you other good committee members that will co-sign and will kind of let Ralph speak and are curious and want Ralph's voice to be heard. That is not you. That's not your 5 little cohorts. But so what is it going to take, man? What is it going to take for you to just step down? Oh, Mike?
This is your time.
This is my time. Okay, well, I don't approve of these minutes. I don't appreciate you guys taking up my time. And we need a roadmap to fix the things that are wrong with this commission. I don't see why that's a problem. I don't understand why that would be a problem. And I was born and raised here. I love this place. My kids, their grandparents, this is getting tired, bro. Cut that shit on, man. Step down, take your little minions, your 5 little minions with you, man, and make Hawaii great again. I yield.
Thank you, Keone.
The next testifier is Anne's iPhone.
And if there's a way for you to unmute. Who knows how to unmute an iPhone? Sorry, Ann, we can't hear you. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes or approve an amended minutes, and I would offer the floor to Ralph.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the public. I have not had time to go through the minutes in the detail.
If you're looking at your screen, if you're looking at your screen on your iPhone with the Zoom, tap the screen. The microphone should show up on the far left bottom, and you need to tap the microphone again.
Thank you. We're beyond that. Mr. Cushney.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I agree with the public. I have not had time to go through the minutes the way I would like to normally. There's much bigger issues than the minutes, but the minutes do not reflect what happened in the meeting, and they're one-sided, and I will be voting not to approve the minutes, and hopefully I'll get the time to go through them, but they do not reflect the happenings of the meeting. They're being altered and skewed in a way that makes it look like you guys are hearing the voice of the public, but you're really not listening to the public, and you're trying to bury all of these important things that we're bringing up. So I will be voting no against the meeting minutes, and we can take it up maybe in the next meeting. But we need to move on to the big issues that are in front of us.
Thanks, Ralph. I would entertain a motion to approve the written minutes from the March 19th meeting.
So moved.
There a second?
Second.
Discussion. Are there any amendments that anyone has to, substantial amendments to the minutes that anyone has to offer?
I have discussion, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, so I believe the minutes are completely disingenuous on what happened in the meeting. I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Commissioner
Dylan.
Andrew.
Hi, Dylan.
I don't think I want to, I guess, waste the commission's time by making motions to amend, but I do want to point out some of the things that I saw, just so the public knows why I'm voting against approving the minutes. For example, on page 2, I would have included that Commissioner Cushney during the agenda item number 4 stated that all commission approved motions must be followed through, and the chair declined to recognize that motion, and it was formally stated, seconded, and discussed at length, but none of that is a part of the draft minutes. I do appreciate, Chair, that being a part of our meeting packet today, but I again feel like things like that need to be a part of the draft minutes so the public who may not have joined in can see in the draft minutes the amount of opposition some of us commissioners are facing with simple procedural things like that. Also, I would have included in the minutes your refusal when it came to acknowledging, hold on, let me see my notes here. Commissioner Cushing and Commissioner Quino, concerning your refusal to allow certain motions. Even though these concerns were raised clearly and repeatedly, they should have been recorded in the minutes as well. And then lastly, we had a discussion about the secretary for the commission, and you stated to us commissioners that we're not allowed to approach her for any reason, and we had to go through you because she only answers to you and Scott Nago. And so I think that information should be a part of the draft minutes too. But and all that to say, I'll be voting against approving the minutes for today. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dylan. Other discussion?
I have a point of information.
Please.
I'd like to, we've never asked the public about approving the minutes. That's never been done since I've joined. Number one, because they have no vote on approving the minutes. So we wasted all of this time when they have zero vote on approval of the minutes. Now they can reach out to their commissioner if they see something that they feel is wrong and have us make that correction for them. But to go through all of this testimony, I thought was a genuine waste of time. Now, one way to avoid this, and I will ask and make a motion for this today while we're talking about the minutes, is I would like to make a motion that the minutes be sent to the commissioners within 7 days of the end of the meeting. That gives us time to go back and look at the YouTube, to go back and make changes, to make corrections that we can submit prior to the next meeting. But to get these minutes 2-3 days before we're having a meeting, to me, is insufficient for us to do our job properly.
Two things. One, we have a motion on the floor. Two, can we display Ms. Papalimo on the screen, please?
Let me go ahead and do that. Sorry, I have my grandkids here and not wanting them to be.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes as circulated. Anybody have any amendments to that? Any corrections? In that case, I would ask a roll call for the approval of the minutes of March 19th.
Okay. Roll call. Commissioner Andrion?
Nay.
Commissioner Cushney?
No.
Commissioner Karam?
Lindsay, you're muted.
Oops. No.
Commissioner Kawada still excused. Commissioner McAdam?
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Motion fails. We have 4 ayes, requires 5.
The motion does not pass.
Next agenda item, I believe,
Mr. Chair.
is 5, communications and correspondence. I
Mr.
would
Chair.
entertain a motion to receive the communications and correspondence for the record.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Chair
Mr. Young.
Curtis. Actually, Commissioner Papalimu's suggestion about getting it earlier as opposed to late, I actually like a lot.
I concur.
Can we discuss that at some point? Because I think that it's pertinent to just overall meetings, our meeting minutes and so forth. I also kind of just jam through the minutes, you know, and I was a little bit disappointed, but I like what she was saying. So anyway, I just wanted to voice my opinion on that. Thank you,
concur.
Commissioner Pavolino.
I move. I move to
Can we
get
ask
minutes.
staff to provide the draft minutes within 3 days of the meeting? Is that a reasonable request?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to that effect.
Chair, I don't think that it's quite fair to impose such a short time period on staff because we don't know what else staff might be doing. I think it is reasonable to set some sort of a time period. But I don't think it's necessary that it be done within 3 days of the end of the meeting. I think 2 weeks would be a more reasonable time period. That's still going to leave the commissioners plenty of time to review the minutes.
Okay. That's a
Could we defer
suggestion.
to staff as to have them come back to us with a reasonable time that they could get back to us with
Yes.
minutes?
We'll ask staff to do that.
They will know.
And they'll be able, they're the ones that have to perform. Yep. I would entertain a motion to receive the communications and correspondence for the record.
Chair, I have a motion.
The agenda item is communication and correspondence received for the
Yes,
record.
Chair,
Do you
I have a
anything?
motion on that agenda item.
Okay,
I move that the Elections Commission refer the complaints listed under communication and correspondence on today's agenda to the Office of Elections for a written response as required by HAR 3-170-8.
I second.
discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So this is a deliberate attempt to do exactly what the public is asking you not to do. By receiving these for the record, you're going to bury these 14 complaints that are here and not address the issues. The public has asked that you address these issues, and how can you have any credibility by receiving these for the record and then never addressing these issues? HAR 3-170-8 clearly lays out how the commission is supposed to deal with these complaints. And that is by giving them to Mr. Nago to answer in writing. And then it comes back to the commission for us to discuss both his answer and the complaint. So I ask the commissioners to vote with me to follow the administrative rule that's already laid out before us and to address these complaints according to the law. Thank you.
There a second?
Second.
Discussion.
I'll discuss this. I think it's very much under the purview of Mr. Nago in his position that we have continuously reappointed him for, that written responses to these complaints that we send to him be sent back to the commissioners. As oversight, I am much better at being able to read a written response and comprehend that than to sit in a 6-hour meeting and just going back and forth verbally. So I appreciate that that rule is written in there. I am absolutely going to vote to follow the rules. And so, Ralph, I appreciate your motion and I second that. And I don't understand how we could not follow the administrative rule laid down for us. So thank you.
Other discussion? Yes,
Yes,
Dylan.
Chair.
Dylan.
Chair, I believe we still do need to allow public testimony for this agenda item though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The first testifier is Andy Crossland, followed by Blanca.
Mr. Crossland.
Yes, thank you, Commission, for allowing me to speak on this agenda item. So basically, you know, what's been happening in the past few, actually really all of the Elections Commission meetings is that these communications and correspondence have been received for the record, and then essentially the commission just seems to move on from that. And it seems to be that this is being covered up in a way. And so, you know, this is something that particularly the communications and correspondence for this meeting and the last meeting, there have been very specific complaints raised in accordance with Hawaii revised statutes and Hawaii administrative rules that are requesting investigations. And so it's not proper for this commission to just receive this communications and correspondence for the record and then move on. These are very specifically asking for investigations to take place, which is under the duties of the Hawaii Elections Commission to do such. And I just want to remind all the commissioners here that the voters are watching, you know, and we're going to remember who stood for transparency, and we're going to remember who's trying to cover these things up. And so I really think that there are certain ones of these communications and correspondence that absolutely need to be discussed and not just received for the record and then moved on. And so I think that this motion should not pass, and that these should be discussed, and that investigations should be opened as being requested by some of these people that issued this communications and correspondence. And so I believe that's all I have on this agenda item. I yield.
Thank you, Andy.
The next testifier is Blanca, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Mahalo, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak up again. Yes, I oppose to this motion. We need accountability. We are angry, we are tired, and we all are saying enough is enough. You guys been in control for over 70 years. Don't you think it's time to show liability, accountability? That's all I have to say. You already know why. Accountability for what? For corruption. Aloha. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Hi, I'm a little confused. Are we just talking about this particular agenda item, or is this where I tell you that if you go along with this agenda item, the way it's formatted and the way you're reviewing it now, is that you're going to then take my formal complaint and hide it again, which is now would be the third time that it's been miscategorized. It's not a correspondence, it's an actual formal complaint. A few meetings ago, Mr. Osterkamp was new, so maybe he didn't know that he's supposed to be reading these things, but he said, you know, nobody ever, you know, complains about anything. So that tells me that nobody reads these complaints if they're in the correspondences. So I have a complaint and I want everyone to know about it. I don't know, is this, I mean, maybe you can answer me. Is this the right time where I'm going to give my testimony, or is this just about this particular agenda item?
This particular agenda item.
Okay, so anyway, having these correspondences under the guise of correspondences and putting everything in there that they get glossed over, isn't really serving the public, because then they don't get to know that there's formal complaints in which you guys are supposed to be looking at the violations and complaints and doing investigations on them. And so I just find it really interesting. I'm looking at the duties on the website on what the commission is supposed to do. I don't see you guys ever doing anything that is clearly laid out in the duties. So it's just very disappointing over and over again. And obviously, not everyone can be here on at 10 a.m. on a Wednesday. So we're representing a lot more people than you see here today. Really disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Ohana Unity Party.
Hi, Jamie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. It takes a while to get unmuted. So item number 5, communications and correspondence. I echo a lot of what Jennifer has said. I am one of the many people under item number 5 who have submitted testimony, and in my case, an official formal complaint. This one dated June 27. It is an item that I have brought up previously in the previous election commission meeting. So, again, I would implore the commission to seriously consider initiating an investigation into these formal complaints. My complaint is detailed. It's a 2-page detailed complaint. In that complaint, I do cite the regulations as spoken previously by Commissioner Kushney, HER 3-170-7 and -8. Official complaints is required to have a task force assigned and determine the validity and recommend a formal investigation. Again, this is an action point. And we, the people, want you to reread your job description as commissioners and initiate these requests for a formal investigation. We've laid out the evidence. Serving as a 2024 official election observer, as well as my employment background, I have the credentials and the validity to implore this commission to do so. I served in the federal government for over 23 years and a total of 33 years as a healthcare social worker, as well as an administrator. And I just want to let you know that as a mom, as a grandmother, as a Kanaka, Hawaii born and raised, and someone who believes in the legacy of handing down a righteous legacy, a pono legacy to my children and my grandchildren is important to many people on this call and many people who are working right now, who can't be on this call, but echo the same sentiments as many of us on this call. I will continue to advocate for our people, the people of Hawaii, people who call Hawaii home, who want to leave a legacy. So please, commission, do your job. Mahalo.
Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is Ohana Unity Party, followed by Tara Rojas.
Aloha, Pikachu, Shelby Billionaire here, chairman of the Ohana Unity Party. So I'm going over the correspondence. It's right here on my laptop. So we'll go over it together since we got 3 minutes to maximize this time. So you can count how many people actually sent a testimony, and Ralph Kushti is number 1. So shout out to Ralph. My testimony, when you click on it, if people don't follow the agenda, you can click and I can read over people's agenda. Mine went under billionaires, April 7, 2025. And I'm complaining, when's the next meeting? And we didn't get no respondents besides we got your correspondence. So according to the Coconut Wireless and the other current testifiers, you just plan to take the input and do nothing with it. And that's a total POS and piece of shit because then we can't see and know what other people are talking about until the agenda comes out. So when I hear what Ms. Hunt said and Ms. Detweiler says, I click on Detweiler, June 27, 2025. I can see your exact correspondence and the rules that you broke. HAR 3-177-453, which is accountability and security of ballots, and also HAR 3-177-61, security of ballots and election supplies. There's a lot of this that Ralph filed, Carl Dix filed, Emil filed of corruption, election fraud, chain of custody, the lack of transparency, and I can go on and on and on because that's pretty much a summary of the federal fraud that we're seeing. Now, to let you all know, I already submitted a complaint to the Honolulu Police Commission, and that meeting is today at 2 o'clock. I already sent something to the FBI. I don't trust them because they're lying about the Epstein files, which I found online, put on Facebook, and everywhere. So I don't trust the people in power, the DOJ, the AG, the FBI, or even POTUS, because they're lying through their teeth when their name's on the Epstein files, just like I don't trust you guys, who are the same corrupt people. Thank God Jeffrey Kawada ain't here, because that corrupt guy from Maui keeps on saying whatever Curtis says, he toes the line, just like Paul Young, Claire McAdams, Jeffrey Osterkamp. You know exactly who I'm talking about, because I named you guys in the complaints. Not only this month, last month, so did Walden Christian, telling you guys are breaking the 1970 Constitution every primary ballot when you force people to choose a party. That's why I made a brand new party to get away from the donkeys and elephants. Well, now we're still stuck in the same process. You can't get the average person from Maui, Big Island into office or to support them because you're being forced through this donkey, Democrat, Republican process. And you know it's corrupt high to hell from POTUS to beyond. And so with this correspondence, I have no idea what you're going to do with it, but I hope there's a real investigation, not a PIG, a pig. You know, we eat pigs for breakfast here. That's luau. That's a laulau. I don't understand what you guys are doing, but the FBI is going to be watching. The police commissioner is going to be watching. The elections people are going to be watching because I told them about your guys' meeting, and you guys are individually responsible. Just because you can use the cover as a chair volunteer, or so are the Honolulu police commissioners. And they're going to look at you guys individually to see what's going down. So I thank you all for your time, and I want to see what happens with this communication correspondence because there's a lot of complaints, and there's be more coming through the pipeline. I can guarantee it. Aloha.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Jennifer Caguan.
Aloha. Yes, so I agree that what Ralph has brought up, that these complaints, and you heard it loud and clear, that you found a loophole to hide them. No more. Today, July 16, 2025, Wednesday, is when Pono prevails. You will hear the people's voice. You will adhere to your duties, which are to investigate and hold hearings for receiving evidence of any violations and complaints right on your website.
Thank you.
Michael, and I'm not done. Michael
Oh,
Curtis.
sorry.
Yeah, Michael Curtis, Claire McAdams, representing Hawaii Island, Jeffrey Kawada, not present right now, representing Maui, Lindsay Kam, representing Kauai, Peter Young, representing Oahu, and Jeffrey Osterkamp, representing Oahu. And your terms are up June 30th, 2026, but also today, you should all consider just stepping down and have today be your last day of service, because let's see what the conversation will be after, you know, the hands up to testify, what the discussion will be. And if you chair plus 1, 2, 3, 4, so if the 5 of you will overrule this non-hiding of formal complaints, which is violating your direct duty to investigate and hold hearings for receiving evidence of violations and complaints. Let's see if you try to pull what you've been pulling every meeting, that you don't have to adhere to rules. They can just violate at your own free will. No one is above the law. If you're not going to follow the rules, step down. Again, you need to uphold your duties and your main duty to not just silence Ralph and the other commissioners who are hearing the people. The people are speaking. Make decision accordingly or step down. Mahalo.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas. Wait, the next testifier is Jennifer Cabuan, followed by Keone Payton.
Hi, this is Jennifer Cabuan. I just wanted to put in my testimony that I feel that communication and correspondence should be in a separate category as investigation, because this clarification is important because there are many communications that are non-action based, whereas some of the complaints, such as Jamie's complaint and Jennifer Hunt's complaints are actually have to be investigated. And as a commission, I'm very surprised that you don't have an investigation process at this point. It's very simple to do. If you put into category, organize it, put somebody on the investigation team and follow through on it. I believe that's your job. And you being a non-elected, in a non-elected position, I know there's no motivation for you to get these action items done. But as a community public member, I would like to see action being done. I've been testifying since 2020. We testified on a voter named, what is her name? Honolulu, Hawaii, or something like that. But there were districts that had 9 residents and 14 votes. There, I believe Jennifer Hunt was able to, she voted and she wasn't here. My dad voted and he had a brain hemorrhage. There's so many things that need to be investigated, and the basics have not even been covered. So I'd appreciate it if you would streamline this process and make it so that the people actually get answers when they have concerns and questions, and then correspondence might not need an answer, but investigations definitely need an answer and some kind of action process. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Carl Dix.
Hey, hello, everybody. Me
Aloha.
again. All right. So what I noticed here in this meeting is that Chair Curtis has a 100% disapproval rating. Other than your 5 little monkeys that vote for you on everything you say, nobody is in line with the things that you want or what you say. You are the dictator of this commission. So moving forward, I like to say, okay, I like to use this analogy. Okay, the kingdom does exist, first off, but also, even though it does exist, I like to, when I'm trying to help people understand what's going on here in Hawaii, I say we live in a fishbowl. Yeah, Hawaii's a fishbowl, and now the kingdom does exist, but while we're forced to live in this fishbowl called the United States, we still, Kanaka like myself, still want to maintain an orderly, in fact, keep a nice, clean environment. And I would say that you guys, you and your 5 little minions, are clogging up the filter that's stopping us from having a clean environment. Like, okay, we have to live under the United States illegal occupation. That's fine. I'm cool with that. But how do we better our system? How do we better our communities with you guys standing in the way and stopping us from doing so? That's time. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Carl Dix, followed by Representative Garner Shimizu.
Mr. Dix.
Mr. Chair again. I can provide a little bit of history on this. In 2020, I filed one of the original complaints and requests for investigation. And to date, there's never been a single investigation of any of the complaints by anybody on anything. We don't have elections here in Hawaii, and Hawaii is the most corrupt state in the nation because we don't have elections. This is just a dog and pony show. It's been this way since 2020. It's not just these guys. It was the predecessors before these guys. It's corrupt to the core. It's all rigged from the bottom to the top, from the top to the bottom. They select who they want. We don't have elections. And until we get elections, we will have no peace. We will have no Ohana. We will have no state. We will have we will have nothing. We are fifth world in Hawaii at best because we have no elections. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Dix.
The next testifier is Representative Garner Shimizu, followed by Susan Strom.
Unmute. There you go. Oh, there you go. Sorry, still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to share. Appreciate you allowing the public to voice their concerns. I'd like to acknowledge the discussion that has gone on, and as I've been exposed to some of this information, I share their concerns as I previously stated in the motion to oppose the approval of the minutes. Basically, it does seem like this commission has not addressed complaints in the proper manner, and they've just received it as record without any action. And I'd like to bring to your attention that HRS 11-7.5, duties of the Elections Commission, clearly states in paragraph 2 to investigate and hold hearings for receiving evidence of any violations and complaints. And continuing on to chapter 3, adopt rules pursuant to chapter 91. And when you go to 91-9, contested cases, notice hearing, it does state in paragraph A, subject to section 91-8.5, in any contested case, all parties shall be afforded an opportunity for hearing after reasonable notice. And dropping down to paragraph D, as in dog, opportunities shall be afforded all parties to present evidence and argument on all issues involved. And based on my brief exposure to this situation, and I apologize that this is my initial meeting attendance, and I haven't been as diligent as many of these other people that have just beautifully followed the process and been advocates for the public. I really see that because of this lack of action, that the motion on the floor that Ralph Kushner has made to circumvent this non-action and move that these correspondence, which are really the complaints, be forwarded to the Office of Elections for proper review, hearing, and process to get answers. And I'd like to see this happen, and I wouldn't mind meeting with you, Chair, to find out, well, what are the things that has prevented this from happening? And I intend to make sure that this does happen, and willing to again speak with you, Chair, Attorney General's office, Speaker of the House, Senate President, and all the way up to the governor, so that this matters because it's plural will be addressed properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Shimizu. We will talk.
The next testifier is Susan Strom.
Aloha. I think this agenda item needs a complete overhaul. And I echo the sentiments of the other constituents here. If you're just sweeping, concerns, complaints, and issues under the carpet with no investigation, discussion, analysis, remedies, then we're just looking at a commission shrouded in fog. And that doesn't bode well for public trust. And we shouldn't even have to insist that these actions, remedies, disclosures, discussions, remedies should be taking place. They should already be taking place. And why they aren't doesn't look well. Doesn't look well for you. And if you can't go by line items and address them with transparency, then why are you here? Because like I said, this shouldn't even be up for discussion. This should already be happening. So, apparently this has been going on a regular basis. And, I think it's time to either step down or show some complete transparency, because what we're asking for is not unreasonable. It's something that should be a given. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no further testifiers, Chair.
Could you reread the motion, please?
Yes. Motion to have the Election Commission refer the complaints listed under communication and correspondence on today's agenda to the Office of Elections for a written response as required by HAR 3-170-8.
Is there any discussion among the commissioners?
Yes, Chair, there's more to that, and to be taken up in the next meeting after those, after the complaints have been addressed in writing by the Chief Elections Officer, and then we will take these complaints up in the next meeting. That was the motion.
Other discussion?
Yes, Chair, I have discussion.
Yes, Ralph.
Yes, so this is what I was talking about. This is a clear example of how you personally are trying to hide these complaints, and you're actively engaged in a cover-up. These are serious complaints. There are huge ballot discrepancies. There, to date, we have not received any chain of custody documentation that complies with the law. And by you doing this, you are personally involved in the cover-up. So you and the other commissioners, I hope that everybody votes yes on my motion to hear these things properly. Thank you.
Is Ms. Papalimo still with us? Any other discussion on the motion?
I
Yes,
just
Chair.
want to clarify, the motion was made by Commissioner Krishney and seconded by Commissioner Papalimu.
Thank you. Is Ms.
Yes, okay.
Papalimo still with us?
I am. I have not gone anywhere. I only turn off my screen because my grandchildren are here.
Please keep your screen on. Thank you. Dylan, you had something?
That was me, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeffrey.
Yeah, so I think it's important to be clear as to what the administrative rules say. And we certainly shouldn't be voting on anything that mischaracterizes what the rules say. So HAR 3-170-8 states, all complaints will be forwarded to the Office of Elections, and the Office of Elections will be given the opportunity to respond to the complaint in writing. The response to the complaint shall be addressed to the complainant with a copy of the response sent to the Elections Commission. So the words will be given the opportunity are in that rule. It does not require the Office of Elections to respond. But again, it does provide for that opportunity. HAR 3-170-9, entitled Investigations, subsection A, states, after reviewing the complaint and the response, the Elections Commission may decide to investigate the complaint. It does not say will, it does not say must, it does not say shall, it says may. So anything that we vote on has to be in accordance with those and the other applicable rules. And we should not be mischaracterizing them.
So I have a question then.
Dylan has the floor.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, I don't think there's any mischaracterization happening. I'm going to disagree with Commissioner Osterkamp. It's pretty black and white for me. The public is just asking that we respond to their complaints and that we discuss it and not bury it behind, we're just going to file it away. There's no mischaracterization here. This is not a convoluted thing of semantics. For me, it's black and white. And I would encourage all of our commissioners to vote yes, because voting no is clearly telling the public that you're okay with burying this and not discussing any of it. So the kind of backwards winding of these words to say that we're mischaracterizing rules is beyond me. I don't think that's the case here, and I don't think the public buys it either. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dylan. Ms. Papalimo.
Yes, I have a question for our esteemed Esquire there. So if we have complaints back from 2020, and we send all of these complaints that we are getting to the Office of Elections, You're saying that because it does not require a response from them, that that's okay?
Okay, so Chair, should I respond?
Yes, please, Mr.
Yep.
Osterman.
So first off, people seem to enjoy making fun of the fact that I have comma Esquire in my name. I do that because the court requires me to have that when I.
As a show of respect, not making fun.
No, I know, Commissioner. I wasn't
that
actually
was
meaning that you were doing that, but I have had a couple of comments. No, again, I do that because the court requires it when I'm on with the court, and it's difficult to be changing it back and forth, and that would be pointless.
I'm well aware of that.
But okay, thank you. In terms of your question, complaints that go back to 2020, the rules also require that any complaint be filed within 90 days of the event. And so, as to whether I say it, and specifically HAR 3-170-7, form of complaints, it says complaints shall be made in writing and must be filed within 90 days from the date of the incident or occurrence.
And do you realize that this complaint that Jeremy Detweiler is talking about has been within 90 days and for 4 years has never been addressed by Scott Nagel?
I have a couple comments I need to insert.
Just a minute, I'll be done in a minute. And so this is my concern. I understand what you're saying, and this is why laws are written this way. This is why rules are written this way, because it allows people to say, well, I don't have to. But if we're going to hold the person in charge of our elections accountable to the people, then it is our job as commissioners to say you must start to respond to these things. You cannot for 5, 10, 17 years not respond to the people's complaints and requests for investigation. So this, I think, is where the public is coming from, is that it has been happening for so long that they're just really tired. And I get it. I get it. I am not a fan of mail-in voting being a requirement. We had mail-in voting for absentee, and I am all for that. I am not for required mail-in voting on an island where the 2 largest neighborhoods in the nation have no mail delivery. It makes no sense.
Thank you.
And so
a lot of your comments require law changes. That's a legislative purview rather than me.
My testimony, and I would prefer not to be interrupted. I will stop as soon as I'm done. And so I'm just asking for you to as we read the rules and as we look at the rules, that we say common sense says that us as commissioners and overseers should request of our leader for the elections, Office of Elections, that a response in writing be made, and that we get that. It gets sent out to the complainant, it gets forwarded to us, and we come back and we actually spend some time going over those complaints and the responses. I think that's what our job is. And so I get extremely frustrated on here because I want to do my job. I want to oversee the commission, the elections office. I want to say that this requires attention and it needs to come back to the people. It's very difficult when you're in a 4-4 split. And I get it. That's why I'm on here today with 2 Keiki that I'm watching. And so I just want to ask that when we do read the rules, that we have some common sense about them and that we look at how long these people have been trying to get us, to get them, the Office of Elections, to listen and respond appropriately. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. I have a couple comments. First of all, none of us are paid, including myself. I get no benefit from chairing these meetings. The second thing is that if you look at the agendas before 2022, there has never been a communication and correspondence section in the agenda. The correspondence and communication sees light of day because I added that item on each agenda. Every one of these pieces of communication and correspondence now becomes public record because it's part of the agenda. And if it's received for the record, it becomes part of the minutes. So these things are seeing light of day because I put these on the agenda. If you look at 2022 agendas previously, you won't see that. The second thing is you're often talking about chain of custody. Chain of custody is the next item that will, with our approval, generate a task force PIG to research some of these complaints and see the validity of them. There's also, I'll end it there. The motion on the floor, does anybody have comments on the motion on the floor?
Can you repeat the motion on the floor, please?
The motion to have the Election Commission refer the complaints listed under communication and correspondence on today's agenda to the Office of Elections for a written response as required by HAR 3-170-8 and to be taken up at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, Chair.
I have a
Yes.
comment. So again,
Jeffrey, wait, let Ralph next.
sure. Go ahead, Ralph.
Thank you, Chair. So we're here to get the voters' confidence in our election system. And you're completely disingenuous about putting these on the record because what it does is that when you read the agenda, it makes it look like we address these issues, but we're not. So the public is asking us to investigate these complaints thoroughly. Now, there should be no questions that we can't ask Mr. Nago and that he can't open up his glass box and show us exactly what's happening. So to get the public's trust, this is what we need to do. But by shutting this down and saying you missed your 90-day window to do this, because in the last meeting, we approved these for the record, and now you missed your 90 days is completely disingenuous, and the public sees right through it. So let's just vote to have Mr. Nago answer these questions, these complaints, if he wishes to or not, and then we'll take it up in the next meeting and address these items so that we get the public's trust in our election. Thank you.
Jeffrey.
Yes, so we don't have the authority to go beyond the rules that apply to us. I understand the desire to force Mr. Nago to do this and that, to require that he respond. But that is not what the rule says. It says the Office of Elections will be given the opportunity to respond to the complaint in writing. So the complaints will be forwarded to the Office of Elections, and then under the rule, it will be up to him to decide what to do next.
Great. And then, you know, every time we approve him being the chief elections officer again, we will have a record of all of these complaints that were never addressed. So let's go for it.
Any other discussion? Would ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Kawada still excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
Tough one. It's further discussion. I've got to say no at this point. I want to say yes, but I have to vote no.
If you want to say yes, Peter. Go for it.
Yeah, I got to say no for the moment. I'm sorry.
Chair Curtis.
No. It's not required by law. As
This
stated
motion
in the
does not
motion.
pass.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Next agenda item
Mr.
is
Chair.
item 6.
Point of
Mr.
order,
Chair.
Chair. Point of
What-
order, Chair.
What rule am I not following?
HAR 3-170-8 requires us to do what we just made a motion for. You are voting not to follow the law. I'm asking that we are following the law. So I'm just putting you on notice that you have just voted not to follow HAR 3-170-8.
Thank you.
Everybody who
The
voted
agenda
against it.
item now is item 6, relating to chain of custody complaints and concerns.
I'm
with
sorry, Mr. Young.
Commission approval, establish a permitted interaction group for the purposes of investigating complaints relating to chain of custody of election ballots in the Kauai County Council member race in 2024.
Point of order, Chair.
election.
Point of
We're
order,
on
Chair.
Item 6. What rule am I not following?
You're not going in order. You skipped the item.
5 to 6.
No, we're not on 5.
We just finished 5, communications and correspondence.
No, Chair.
Number 6 is relating to chain of custody complaints. Want to form a task force. I'm going to ask Dylan to chair this, by the way. A task force to investigate chain of custody complaints that we received numerous items on, that a task force to investigate. Is there a motion to form this task force permitted interaction group?
Chair, would you
Complaints relating to
restate what
chain of
you're saying,
custody
please?
And claims of intentional malfeasance by county. It's been alleged that the election's corrupt. There's chain of custody questions, and then there's been allegations that there have been staff, paid staff, that are not following the rules. If there's intentional malfeasance or complaints against chain of custody, I'd like to ask for a task force to be formed to investigate those complaints. Would entertain a motion to that effect.
I'd like to discuss this further, Chair. I'd like to discuss these court cases that you have.
Chair Curtis, we have testifiers.
Okay, but I'd like to, we're on item 6. I would entertain testifiers for item 6 on the agenda. Go ahead, please.
Okay. The first testifier is Jennifer Hunt.
Yes, please. Ms. Hunt,
Hi, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Thank you. I came on this meeting to address a few things about the formal complaints that I made that were miscategorized and again now put into the correspondences. That's fine, you know, that's a lot of reading for people, but the bottom line is the chain of custody was not in place. And people say, well, we can use these different mechanisms and different ways of following through. But there's a problem with that because these forms, which are supposed to track these ballots, are actually a rule. It's a rule that is supposed to be followed by the chief election officer. And I don't have any problem personally with anybody doing these jobs, but this is how the accountability is happening, so you can compare those numbers. The required ballot transfer forms are missing, and it is said on the record in the last meeting's follow-up material by Mr. Nago that those forms do actually do not exist. Okay, so talking about human error in this letter, human error. I'm sorry, but a clerk's job is to handle all of the election paperwork. That's kind of the point. There's also no observers. There's no observers during any of this pickup, nor in the supposed way of tracking these ballots through the signature verification. There isn't any observers present. Some other counties do have observers, but Maui does not. I asked about it and was told that that's not part of what we do. There's a law 11-154 that says there must be officials observers during any time those ballots are handled. But that is not the case for Maui. Whether it be pick up at the drop boxes, there's no record of who picks them up, how many ballots, and so on. That's really important to have. Then when these complaints are going out and wanting to be addressed by the election office, there's an internal correspondences between Michael Curtis and Scott Nago. And I want to read it here. It says, What we need to do is continue to support the state's Office of Elections and the county clerk's Office of Elections. Well, I believe that you're supposed to be supporting the people as the liaison between the Office of Election and we, the people. Also, it's been dismissive. They're irrelevant. It says here, please share with your staff and contemporaries that the noise we're hearing is mostly insubstantial, irrelevant, and in the minority. Like we mentioned before, these people, a lot of people cannot be here to voice their concerns. They work. I do want to mention one more thing, that the transparency and chain of custody are legal requirements under state and federal executive orders on election integrity. Missing records, blocked observation, and dismissive responses erode trust. I really do urge the commissions to be looking at these complaints as they are important. They, it's something that it's been ignored for a long time, obviously since 2020. These things are important, and I will yield my time. Thank you for attention to this matter.
Thank you, Jen.
I'd like to acknowledge that Commissioner Cam has her hand raised.
Yes, let her testify.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question about the purpose for investigating complaints relating to chain of custody and so on, not the B part, but just the A part. I was one of the 3 people assigned to the permitted whatever interaction group, and we have a report on the agenda coming up hopefully in a little bit, which that's exactly what we investigated. It seems like it would be a repeat, a duplicate of what we have already done. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Adriel Lamb, followed by Andy Crossland.
Hi, Andy.
Hello, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. I testify in support of, having a permanent interaction group for investigating chain of custody complaints. I think you recall that back in 2022, when we first had brought up the issue of the voter rolls, of actually a voter name by the name of United States Hawaii in the voter rolls, who voted by mail in the 2020 general election. But as I come to find out, this person registered in my neighborhood did not actually live there. And there's actually no one by the name of United States Hawaii that resided at that address in my neighborhood. And the owner of that residence does not know of anyone by that name or received mail by that name or received the ballot by that name. But a ballot was recorded as voting by mail to that name and that address. So I bring that up again because that's a huge chain of custody issue of how did a ballot that never went in the mail to the recipient get returned in the mail and be counted in the system? Where is the records of that ballot being passed through the mail to the recipient and back in the mail into the system to be counted? Now, we've had other commissioners on here before that were banking executives and auditors who are no longer here with us. Maybe we have an attorney here who can talk about rules of evidence and chain of custody and how something is to be accepted and admitted for record that doesn't have a record of exchange that it's supposed to go through as it is recorded in the official system. So that's my testimony. Thank you, Chair Curtis. Appreciate the many meetings that you've had and the inclusion of records in here of all the complaints. I hope the commission can take these and make recommendations to the legislature on what needs to be changed. I think that's the purpose of the commission, is to help legislation, not just parrot what legislation is brought before them, especially legislation that essentially codifies corruption, such as the use of ballot images for audits. I hope that's the end of my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you,
Aloha.
Mr. Lamb. Aloha.
The next testifier is Andy Crossland, followed by Linda M.
Aloha again, Commission.
Aloha.
So I would like to first off state that I fully support investigations that are under this item 6 on the agenda. I think that that definitely should be done. I think the commission should support that. And that is definitely something that I think that needs to be done. And if it does not get done, then, you know, once again, just a reminder that we're all watching, and you know, there's got to be some reason why people would not want to investigate these things. Just a reminder, approving an investigation into something doesn't mean that you think that anything wrong happened. You may want to investigate to prove somebody that it didn't happen. So you don't have to be biased one way or the other. You don't have to be in support of a particular outcome in order to support an investigation occurring. So if the elections are all done properly, then everybody should want to investigate that and put all of these claims to bed, if that's the case. So there's no harm, there's no foul in investigating anything. If the investigation comes up that something was done wrong, that's fine. If it comes up that something wasn't done wrong, then that's fine too. But by a commissioner voting to approve an investigation, that commissioner is not saying that they think anything was done wrong. In fact, if they believe nothing was done wrong, they should still want to investigate it to make sure that it's on the record that things were done correctly. So let's be very clear that there doesn't have to be a particular motive of wanting a particular outcome for a commissioner to vote to approve an investigation. Now, further, you know, I have some thoughts on some things related to this that were previously discussed by one of the other commissioners. You know, we do have a licensed attorney on the commission, and if anything sounds like I'm questioning the motives of this individual, then I would like to apologize in advance, because that is not what I'm intending to do, and I know that's not proper with Robert's Rules of Order to question individuals' motives. However, this person appears to be selectively picking parts of the Hawaii administrative rules that support the position that he was stating earlier, where, you know, if complaints are not filed within 90 days, then basically you can ignore it. Well, I want to bring to the attention of the commission Chapter 170, Section 3, 170-9, subsection B. On its own motion, the Elections Commission may authorize an investigation without a pending complaint. So should the Elections Commission get a complaint that's outside of the 90 days, the Election Commission can still decide to hold an investigation on its own motion, regardless of that. So I want to make that clear, that the investigation can still occur if the commission thinks that they want to investigate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy.
The next testifier is Linda M., followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Linda, state your full name, please.
Aloha, I'm Linda Miata. Thank you for the opportunity to share. I have an idea to help with the chain of custody. I'm a 4th generation resident of Hawaii. My grandma was born in Waikapu, Maui, and my grandpa in Hanapepe, Kauai. Our family has been voting in person with paper ballots for decades, successfully hand counting the ballots. I would like to officially request that we return to in-person voting with paper ballots. It's actually cheaper, as we won't have to rent the machines or pay to bring HART workers from the mainland and pay for their hotels. I know the Office of Elections begins working on the procedures manual for the next election right after they complete an election. So now is the time to prepare well for in-person voting with paper ballots and hand counting. People will volunteer if things are organized and have enough time to learn the procedures with confidence. We still have a holiday on election day, so all the public school cafeterias are available. I believe we can get enough volunteers. All public school teachers have the day off, so they would have an opportunity to work at the precincts. At our 2024 election, we had 300 volunteers, 200 to open the envelopes and 100 official observers. And the elections office already has their contact info. I'm sure everyone here could recruit at least 10 people to help with the voting centers. But the key is to start early so people feel prepared and confident. We don't need a voting center for every precinct, but perhaps at least 1 or 2 or 3 per district. Since there are manuals for every election, there must be copies from earlier in-person paper ballot procedures. We could use that as a guide and count the votes at the precinct. We wouldn't need drop boxes or the electronic signature verifiers. We just need a can-do attitude. So let's work as a team and restore confidence and trust in our elections. The people of Hawaii deserve the best. Thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Wallen Christian.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, thanks. It takes a while to get unmuted. I do want to speak to the chain of custody now. In my detailed complaint that I submitted a couple of weeks ago, but also it's an extension of the complaint I made for the March 19th Election Commission meeting. So I have still, not gotten a formal response from the Office of Elections. I had to call them and ask them to acknowledge receipt of my formal complaint for the record. With regards to chain of custody, I have evidence along with my fellow election observers. Similarly stated by Jennifer Hunt in Maui County, Honolulu County had very similar occurrences with regards to ballots incoming. So I was on a team of official observers at the Honolulu County Signature Verification Center, where we saw boxes of ballots coming in from the drop boxes. When I asked for a chain of custody form to see how many ballots were counted at specific drop boxes, I was told by the elections administrator for Honolulu County that they don't have time. They don't have time to count the number of ballots that they actually take out of the drop boxes. Additionally, we witnessed those boxes being opened and all the ballots spread out on a 6-foot table, multiple tables. And when I asked, are you counting those ballots as well? They said, again, no, we don't have time. Additionally, on another day, I went back to the signature verification as an official observer to observe the number of ballots being transported from signature verification to the official counting center where we were based. And when I asked how many ballots we could see the locked cages of the ballots. They said, no, you're just signing to the number of trays. And each tray had a different amount of ballot envelopes in them. So there is no way to track the chain of custody. So this is what I'm talking about. We have receipts in terms of malpractice and malfeasance in the chain of custody process. And that's what we're asking. That's what I'm asking to investigate. And it's your duty as commissioners to take these complaints seriously with regards to the action that's required on that. And for the record, with regards to Commissioner Osterkamp's earlier statement, it took 18 months for the commission to acknowledge my complaint back in 2022, 18 months. So the regulation says 90 days. It took 18 months. And advocacy from some of the commissioners on this board here to get that responded to. So I would look back at history for all of the commissioners to look back at what has occurred. That specific complaint has been closed and addressed and closed.
Thank you,
But
Jamie.
yes, I'm still waiting for a solution on my March 19th complaint, followed by this complaint.
Thank you.
I yield. Thank you.
The next testifier is Wallen Christian, followed by Jennifer Cobb-Wan.
Good morning, commissioners. How's everybody doing?
Good morning. So far, so good.
Thank you. So I am in favor of this investigative team. And the reason why I say that is because on election day, I was driving around just to see all the boxes. And there were some boxes that I had passed. There were actually 2 that I had passed close to 7 p.m. and nobody was there to pick it up. Now, from my understanding, it was a 7 p.m. deadline for anyone to drop off any type of ballots that they had, and then it would be collected. Now, whether or not they came in after 7 p.m. or not, I was not there to witness that. But that puts into question the validity of everyone picking up, volunteers picking up the ballots at every box. The mail-in ballots and the drop-off ballots really causes questionability because of the fact that we don't have that chain of custody. I do know personally several friends who said that their dead loved ones voted this year and they're gone. So really we should get rid of mail-in, drop-off. We need to do in-person. I remember at 18 years old, I'm now 57. At 18 years old, I was so excited to go and vote for the first time, and I've never missed it unless I was off island when I moved to the mainland. We do need to go back to in-person because now you have a valid photo ID that you do have to verify this person with. And once they are done in that district, then there's no more ballots that can come in for that specific person. For this investigative team, what I would like to add and see is not only that the commissioners are a part of it, but maybe we have some citizens that could be a part of that investigation, because as you can see, on a monthly basis, we have well over 100 people asking the same question, asking the same things over and over, and it's not being addressed. What I would like to add, one last thing, is that I would be happy to be one of those volunteers. So I hope that the commissioners will hear the people. A lot of times we don't get it. It has been said previously that we are always at a standstill, or normally the no votes, but yet the people are saying this is what they want, and there are commissioners on here who do not listen to that. And then you have to question, why are you there? Why are you not following the law? Why are you not doing the rights of the people? I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Christian.
The next testifier is Jennifer Cobb-Wan, followed by Laura.
Hi, this is Jennifer Cobb-Wan. I'm calling in regards to support of the chain of custody task force. My original complaint back from 2020 was that my dad voted, and he had a brain hemorrhage in 2019. So I requested for a copy of the envelope, which had his signature, to see if that was really him that voted. And I've made several complaints, no answers, no investigation. I don't believe that there are even images of the envelopes. That would help, because you don't know if these people are really signing for the mail-in ballots, if they're legal signatures, or, if they're even a real person, going back to Adriel's complaint. So I think that would be important to have this task force to investigate. And my second point, moving forward, we're going to have a federal election that does not, I think President Trump is going to require voter ID for the federal election. I hope you guys are looking forward to the next election, because it's going to be very different from our past elections. And I hope that you are prepared to have whatever President Trump is going to require for our federal election. I hope you will match it at the state level, or I'm not sure if you're planning to have a paper ballot just for the federal election, and all the state positions are going to be electronic. I'm pretty sure our machines are not certified, and pretty sure the machines are going to be kicked out in the next election. So just a heads up for this commission is to look forward and not just only try to fix the problems we had, but try to look forward into what kind of problems you guys are going to run into with the next election. And then on one more point I wanted to bring up to Mr. Esquire is that I believe you as a commission were the ones who gave Scott Nagle a raise. And by your statements, you are kind of dismissing his responsibilities. He's getting paid for his job. And as a commission, I hope that you would not protect him by the word of the law, which we are not in court, but I hope that you would encourage Scott Nagle to do investigations, because we, the people, are coming to you because you guys gave him a raise. So you must have confidence in his abilities to get back with some action and not just push it under the rug. So with all of that, I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Laura, followed by Tara Rojas.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the commission on a couple of things. First and foremost, I know that we have in question right now whether or not you folks will conduct a hearing. And I want to remind everybody that the duties of the Elections Commission provided under 11.7.5, the Hawaii Revised Statute, includes not just holding public hearings like you folks are doing today, and I thank you for that. And I thank all of you commissioners for the work that you're doing, the volunteer effort that you're making here today, and the service that you're providing. But beyond holding public hearings, the very second bullet point in your responsibilities, the reason that you were elected to these seats is to investigate and hold hearings for receiving evidence of any violations and complaints. And then if you kind of scroll all down, you should be advising the chief elections officer on these matters relating to elections. So we know that you also submit reports on a regular basis to the legislature. And we expect that those reports would include not just the challenges that you're being presented with here today, not just the problems and the concerns, but the solutions and the alternative legislation that you would propose to address the pukas, the gaps, the failings, where we need to shore up our elections, that you would include those suggestions to our legislative bodies so that they can then make laws that improve on the process. We are here as citizens and as voters talking with you folks who are here as commissioners, elections commissioners, to improve our elections process. And Scott Nagle should be very vested in doing everything that he can to improve the elections process in Hawaii. As you're well aware, the integrity of our elections is a critical matter. This isn't a partisan issue. All voters deserve to know that their ballots are being counted, and only those ballots that have been completed by a legally registered Hawaii voter are being counted. In partisan terms, the Republican Party is a party of law and order, and I don't have to tell you by the folks that you see here on this call, including the chair of our party, Arthur Hanneman. The veracity of our elections is of the utmost importance to the Hawaii Republican Party. And as inferred by Ms. Jen Caban, it is also of the utmost importance to our president. He is focused on what is going on across the states, and there are a lot of lawsuits already in play across the country. The RNC is engaging in that directly. We are already engaged here as a state party with the RNC on the issues that continue to plague our state. I would encourage you to do all that you can do to answer the questions that have been brought to you, investigate what you're being asked to look into, and avoid things like litigation and lawsuits and wasted time and money, and just kind of get to the matter of trying to answer back to a Jamie Detweiler when she reaches out to understand what happened in her election, 4 years ago now, or three years ago now. But she has another question before the body, and I would just implore and encourage you all to respond in a timely manner so that you do gain the confidence of those of us that are here trying to make this a better process.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks, Mr. Curtis, Chair Curtis.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Arthur Henneman.
Aloha, Tara Rojas. Okay, in regards to agenda item 6, the chain of custody, I agree with the testifiers who are saying we got to go back to in-person voting. Just plain and simple, got to go back to in-person voting. Now, I was there when Scott Nago, who I noticed is on this Zoom call, was, before legislature. And again, just hearing what was said then, hearing what's said now, we need in-person voting. For example, how can the results have been given, people were cheering while I was still in line? We were past right about between 11 and midnight, because Brenton Awal was behind me. I was second to last, he was the last voter. And the results were being read while we hadn't even gone into vote. In addition to that, to even get my ballot to vote, there was an error there. I was at the Kapolei voting center. Two things. When I got there, it was a whole long line and went down the street and everything. And then when I finally figured out, oh, there's somebody, a lady going around and passing out the ballots, I'm like, where? So I had to go chase down, go find the lady. And then when I got to her, the worker, and then she refused to give it to me, I had to call a supervisor to let her know. Luckily, I had it recorded that I was there before their supposed, arbitrary case. You had to have been here by the 7 o'clock time. And I had to argue back and forth. So there's discrepancies even in the process itself. So you just need in-person voting. And when I got in there, come to find out that another polling place was closed with no notification to the people. So again, bringing it down to less than what should be available than when we had it in person. Okay, now in my last minute, I'm gonna say this. Michael Curtis, 1, Claire McAdam. And by the way, Claire McAdam, are you even listening to any of the meeting? Your whole head is down the whole meeting, and now you're actually gone from the seat. Okay, but Claire McAdam, 2, and Jeffrey Osterkamp. 3 people. Ralph Kushney, 1, Kahiolani Papalimu, 2, and Dylan Andrian, 3. And mahalo nui for speaking up and just speaking what the people want to say, and then you're saying it for us. Now, Lindsay Cam, mahalo nui for your yes with the cough at the end, that, okay, I'm going to go with you guys on this one. And then Peter Young, you said you wanted to say yes, but no. So it's Peter Young, you and Lindsay Cam today that's going to make the difference. Did you all notice we were witness? Did you all notice how agenda item number 5 was just skipped over? Did you notice the interaction between Chair Curtis and Ralph Kushney? Just the ego, the power, the control, the rage that happens. And that shuts down any decision to be made. And that's how, if you notice, we cannot go over the fact that agenda item 5 didn't pass. Why? And so when you're talking about timelines and HRSs and HARs, how can timelines be adhered to when these meetings that are supposed to address them are not held up to their standards and they're violated? So how can the timeline be adhered to when the items are not even heard? Go back and watch the recording. You'll see that interaction on agenda number 5 when shut down. And it just passed over. Nope, it didn't pass because of the odd numbers. We told you at the beginning, the 5 that's going to pass, they're going to disagree with Chair Curtis. So
thank you.
You cannot skip over this. You cannot skip over this. Yeah. So it happens every single meeting. Watch for the vote on this item.
Thank you.
We, the people, agree with Ralph Kushney's item.
The next testifier is Arthur Hanneman, followed by Marcin.
Does Mr. Hanneman have video?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. Congratulations on your chairmanship.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity together with the other commissioners. And thank you for listening to the people. I have a question. What is the purpose of the Elections Commission?
You can look that up.
Would you mind sharing that with us?
I don't have it written in front of me. I would prefer it be read by somebody that's because
Can any commissioner please read what the purpose of the Elections Commission is?
Mr. Hanneman, this is your time. You're welcome to read it if you want or testify.
Okay, it would seem to me that a big part of your purpose is to make sure that there's election integrity at every election. I met with Ralph Kushney together with the RNC. It's sad that we had to go all the way to the RNC to be heard by them in regards to the issues we have with disgruntled voters here in Hawaii. It would seem to me that the commission would be very concerned in regards to election integrity at any level or any complaint that is being presented by anyone regarding the elections here in Hawaii. In November 2026, we have a major election coming up. We have the governor's seat being open for election together with the 2 congressional seats and the lieutenant governor. And as far as our local seats in the Senate and the House, there are 13 seats in the Senate that are open for vote, and all 51 seats in the House are open for vote. It would seem to me, as a voter and a citizen together with others in this hearing, that integrity would be an important part in terms of what you do as a commission to make sure that integrity at every election is at the highest level. Therefore, there would be no complaints whatsoever coming from the community if there was. And it's concerning to me as chair of the Republican Party in terms of the disinterest that this commission has in regards to the findings of Ralph Kushney. There was a meeting where he was removed and a meeting where his mic was muted. And the question is, what is the purpose of that? Again, if the commission's purpose is to make sure that every election has the highest level of integrity, it would seem to me that you would pay attention and be very concerned regarding any complaint at any level to make sure that integrity does exist and that the people have no complaints and the people are 100% assured that when they go to vote, that their vote will be taken with the highest level of integrity. So I would hope that the commission would please manage the voting according to election integrity and follow the findings of Ralph Kushney and take those findings very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanneman.
The next testifier is Marcin, followed by Blanca.
Marcin, good morning. Wait, it's afternoon. Unmute. I think they send you a notice to unmute and that allows you to unmute. It's not working out. Can staff unmute him? Sorry, Marcin, I don't know what's happening.
We are currently sending a request.
Is it possible for you to unmute him?
No, it's not possible.
Okay. I don't know what's happening. Let's move on to the next one while Marcin figures it out. Thank you.
The next testifier is Blanca, followed by Susan Strom.
Aloha. Aloha again, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me to talk again. I just wanted to say that we the people, and especially we the Republicans, disapprove with the performance of Scott Nagle. And especially we never voted for his raise and we never voted for his bonus. You never ask we the people. So we are his employees. So he needs to answer to us. He needs to be replaced. So as a Trump supporter and a Republican, I asking you guys to replace him. Mahalo, I yield.
Thank you, Bianca.
You're welcome.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Gary Cordery.
Aloha. As you can see, obviously, with all the testimony that has been brought before you, it would be irresponsible to not establish this task force We need this permitted action group for investigating, seeking transparency, and providing for expedited remedies and accountability. So important. As voting constituents, we want to know our vote counts for something. And if there's nothing to hide, then transparency shouldn't be a problem. One of the things I'd like to bring up is I think it's time we also call for a full independent audit. Maybe this task force can bring that outside audit for the chain of custody complaints. And it also helps to avoid in-house potential conflicts of interest. I'd also like to recommend that a constitutional lawyer be brought on to the commission because I believe there are constitutional concerns here that should be addressed as well. So my, little suggestions here is 1, establish this task force. 2, call for an independent outside audit. 3, implement in-person voting, which will solve a lot of the problems that we're talking about here today. And bring in a constitutional law expert. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
The next testifier is Gary Cordery, followed by Tara Rojas.
Mr. Cordery. You're mute, please. Thank you. There you go.
Okay.
Now you're muted again. I don't know why. I can't hear you, Gary. There you go.
Okay, thank you. I just want to affirm the numerous testimonies given regarding this subject matter. I have questions similar to Art Hanneman's questions. And it's really a question of conscience. Is the commission, I asked all of you commissioners, all of you, is the commission committed to solutions? It's not really a profound question, but it goes to the essence of the way the meeting is actually functioning. My experience of the meetings, not just this one, but the previous meetings as well, is it's all about not looking for solutions, rather than let's just cover it over and move on. The people of this state, I spoke to thousands of them in 22, and I said, are you voting? They said, no, why would we bother to vote? There's so much corruption, our vote doesn't matter, so I don't vote anymore. Now 60% of the people of the state do not vote. I'm not suggesting that that's a personal reflection of this commission, but I can say, I assert that this commission's mandate is to ensure that the public's trust is held in the highest regard. My request is that the commission would stop looking at what they shouldn't do and start looking for solutions. And I believe there was a testifier, young lady named Linda, who talked about paper ballots. The promise was made by Director Scott Nago that the electronic balloting was going to raise voter turnout, was going to cost less, have proved to be false. There's a simple, verifiable method for elected public officials. It's called the paper ballot, one-day vote with an ID. It'll remove all of this pilikia that we see on this call. I guarantee you that if we go there, you'll no longer have a public outrage to whether or not the vote is accurate, whether there's been mishandling of ballots, miscounting. Everything that we've seen over the last year and a half on these commission meetings and from the 2020 elections will go away. Is that not a solution? I ask you as commissioners to exercise your authority. You've been given the authority by being selected to this commission to speak into the voting process that ensures every vote counts. This is your mandate. There may be technical issues that you can speak to or allude to, or that's not your responsibility. May I just say it's your responsibility? If you do a simple tasks of solving the problems rather than excusing the behavior, you'll sleep better at night, and the people will have integrity and once again engage in the political process. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Cordery.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Carl Dix.
Yeah, aloha. Hui. First of all, Claire McAdam, Can you listen to the people? Mahalo.
Thank you.
So I want to know, I'm not done. So I just wanted to point that out first and foremost, yeah? And so I want to say that integrity, common sense, and trust, there is none, neither the CEO, Scott Nago, nor this election commission, with the exception of Kushni, Papalimo, and Andreon, who we highly respect and appreciate. Now, I'd like to just bring to the attention, because as we're winding down, agenda item number 6, watch and see what the vote is going to be. After all we said, after all we stated, all the facts, all the laws, all the violations, all the cover-ups, all the loopholes that y'all find, all the lack of common sense, the may that the CEO may be given or will be given the opportunity. Come on, that's common sense. There are 14 complaints in agenda item 5 that you all skipped over because of your unequal votes. Michael Curtis, Claire Adams, Jeffrey Osterkamp. It's always going to be the opposite of what the people want. I've said that before. Everybody has said that. Everybody on this meeting are calling you all out, and including Peter Young and Lindsey Kam. Watch at the end of this agenda item 6. Let's see Pono prevail today. Let's see Pono prevail today. I'm going to say it again. Michael Curtis, Claire Adams, if you are listening, Peter Young, Jeffrey Osterkamp, and Lindsey Kam. Side with the people, vote in favor of what the people have been telling you, every single one of us in this meeting and every single meeting all the way back to 2020 and possibly beyond. Mahalo nui Ralph Kushni, Kahoilani Papalimo, and Dylan Andrian. We know we know you're hearing us, the people. You're gonna vote for what we, the people, want you to vote for. Michael Curtis, Scott Nago, and again, Claire Adams, please listen to the testimonies. In my 18 seconds left, watch what the vote's gonna be. This is a given at every single meeting that you go against the people. I don't know if you guys are text chatting each other that, yep, we're just gonna go, we're just gonna listen, we're gonna make, like, you're just making like a farce that you're listening. Listen to the people and show it by your action, by your vote in favor of agenda item number 6. If
Thank
not,
you.
clear corruption. Mahalo.
The next testifier is Carl Dix, followed by Walk on Fire 108.
Mr. Dix.
Aloha again. I know many of you see me at these meetings, and I don't come here with great pleasure, and I don't come here to present malice. I come here to save my family and my community. And this is, we the people, I was in one of the first election commission meetings in 2020. There was 3 people. Look how this is groundswell and swollen to over 80 people. And there's been times there's been 200 people at these meetings. People, this is the chain of command. The people bring it to the commissions. The commissions hopefully will do their job and represent the people to the higher up courts. Because as I well know, the courts in Hawaii are corrupt, and they do not force any of our government agencies to actually adhere to the laws and rules. So possibly if we could get a commission to do their due diligence as volunteer citizens of our community, and I would assume that that's why you guys volunteer to sit on this commission, is to support and defend and represent your community and the families of Hawaii, and bring this to the courts and get the courts to do their job. We the people, this has grown from 3 people to over 80 and sometimes over 200. This is a movement, and it's not going to get smaller, folks. If you think it is, you're sadly mistaken. This is a movement from the bottom to the top, and it's your responsibility and your duty as a volunteer. You think I get paid to do this? I've lost hundreds of millions of dollars probably on fighting this since 2020. You have no idea how many hours I've invested in this personally, more than my lifetime. I don't do this for fun. I do it because it needs to be done, and I volunteered for this, and nobody asked me to do it, but I'm doing it. So this every time you throw this, oh, I'm a volunteer, that's bogus. If you live in this country, you were born in this country, you better volunteer for something to save this country. And the only thing that makes this country different than any other country is our elections. And we don't have that in Hawaii, and we don't have it in the United States anymore. That's why our country's going sideways, backwards. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Dix.
The next testifier is Walk on Fire 108, followed by Keone Payton.
If you could state your full name, please. If you could state your full name, unmute, etc. We move to the next, please.
Okay. The next testifier is Keone Payton.
Keone, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, on you. Man, I thought if I had my lunch, maybe I wouldn't be, maybe I was hangry and I wouldn't be so upset. Now I'm still upset. The fact that you guys negate the numbers, like it doesn't even matter to you guys. In Hawaii Island, Curtis, how many unaccounted votes were there?
The agenda item is relating to chain of custody complaints.
I know, but I'm talking about chain of custody because I want to talk about a process that has not worked. It's not working out. You guys are proving the process does not work. How many missing votes were there? You're the chair. You guys are part of this election committee. How many missing votes were on this moku?
Over 19,000.
Overnight? Hey, Papa Limo, how are you?
How are you?
Thank you. Hey, Uncle Joe is real good friends with my Papa Ralph Irvine.
Yep.
So, but yeah, so over 19,000 votes. 19,000 votes allows you guys to handpick. That number allows you guys to handpick for every single position across the board who you guys want to win, not who the people are voting for, not who the community is voting for. Junior Tupai, when he ran for lieutenant governor, he had 22,000 votes. He should have walked right in. He's the household name out here on our island. He should have walked right in. So it's disgusting to see the perversion that you guys are using and cheating us on a system that you guys are setting forth. You guys are setting forth this system, at least play by your guys' own rules. That's all we're asking. The chain of custody, either John is lying or the United States Postal Service is lying. It's one or the other. I call for investigation on both John Hendricks and the USPS. Let's see how come the numbers aren't adding up. This should be this is federal. This should be a federal investigation. I think Chair Curtis, you should be indicted federally. Crickets, huh? That's my time.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Representative Garner Shimizu.
I'm glad you're here, Representative, because some of these address the laws. Can't hear you. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, commissioners, for your service. I am very glad to be part of this discussion and hearing all of the public testimony. I would agree with agenda item 6, and I would implore commissioners to approve this, as we have heard testimony that there's major complaints, which have strong validity and deserve a hearing, deserves investigation. As it was stated in agenda item 5, which I'm disappointed did not pass, Ralph Kushne's motion. As I stated in my testimony in favor of that motion, that HRS 11-7.5, the duties of the Election Commission is to investigate and hold hearings and adopt rules according to Chapter 91, which again strengthens the Election Commission's obligation to investigate and not just pass it on to the Office of Election. So that's my interpretation. I know that we had someone that was of legal mindset that said that the commission may do it versus shall do it. And again, I think if you look at the total body of the laws in the totality of the explanation of why the Election Commission is even in existence and created was to protect the trust of the public. And from the outpouring of the majority of these testifiers and looking at the history and the past issues, complaints of bringing up discrepancies of very serious negligence or mistakes happening that don't add up, the public deserves. I'm speaking as a public citizen, and I'm speaking as a elected public official, that we deserve answers. And as I said, I'm glad Chair Curtis is willing to speak, because I'm willing to speak to him again, Attorney General's office, Speaker of the House, Senate President, and the Governor's office to make sure that these concerns are adequately addressed and taken care of, because there is no reason that these things should be happening without answers. Now, if there's full transparency and we have answers, then, we can at least accept that there was transparency. There is a reason for whatever purpose. I'm just speaking theoretically, but we need to get to that point where at least we go through the process, because right now, all I see is it being buried. The public's wishes are not being acknowledged, and it almost seems like there's criminal element in this. And I am very concerned about this, as all of the testifiers have all stated their concerns. We need to get to the bottom of this, and I appreciate you commissioners voting yes on this agenda item 6. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier
Mr.
is
Chair,
Jared.
I'd like to be recognized. You keep on skipping over me. I'd like to testify along with the public, please.
You'll be allowed. Next testifier.
The next testifier is Jarek Medeiros, followed by Steve Yoder.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, let's go. Okay, so I have some concerns about this chain of custody. I do believe it was 19,000 votes, 19,042 votes. So it's been about 4 months ago already, I think, when this pig stuff was created. And appointed to the Big Island was Mr. Osterkamp. And I'm mind blown that I don't see an update on this agenda for the Big Island. Because when I look at the paperwork, it shows to the state, when Ralph he got a notice to register from the state of Hawaii. Yeah, Office of Elections. Press received March 19, 2025. Date of notice April 1st.
You're talking about agenda item 6?
Chain of custody, right?
Thank you. Yes.
You know, it's alarming that this whole chain of custody stuff, man. Once the state put their hands on these things, we're screwed. Chain of custody, our ballots on the Big Island should never leave the Big Island. You know, only when this thing started, man, I truly believe it's the state who added that 19,042 votes. Because when you look, the notice of registry to the county of Hawaii, Ralph had sent, he had the request for this information of these votes that was missing, that this showed up. It shows that kind of granted the request of that information because it's not existing. That's the county of Hawaii saying that it's not existing. The paperwork is not existing. Yeah, but the state of Hawaii, you look at what they're saying, they're already referring to HRS 92F-13 and HRS 92F22. You see, they're looking for excuses already not to provide this information because they're saying it's like confidential. How can it be confidential, man? Everybody voting is public record. The count. You know, like I believe that our ballot should never leave our county, Hawaii County. I believe we have our own you know, elections office. Leave it there. State do theirs. 2 different elections is all we need. One for the state and one for the county. We'll be good.
Thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
The next testifier is Steve Yoder, followed by Andy Crossland.
Okay, I gather that you can hear me.
And see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, good afternoon to you and everybody who's listening. My points are simple. The unanimous attendance, basically, Mike, and those who are voting along that mode of shoving this under the rug, you folks have lost trust in, as Board of Election Commissioners, with the public. And the way in understanding their purpose of existence, your existence is to investigate, but you choose not to. You choose to put it in your minutes. It's
And
been
you're talking about
dealt with,
agenda
and I'm
item
not
6?
finished yet, sir. I'm not finished.
You're talking about agenda item 6?
I'm talking to this agenda. Yes, thank you. Let me at least have a little bit of brevity here. Thank you.
You have
petitions. Yes, that's the word. Petitions to these meetings don't work. Only a class action suit against the state of Hawaii will work. There have been numerous lawsuits brought back in 2018. The state of Hawaii has agreed to pay $10.3 million to settle a class action suit over a law that cut off public education for special needs students. There's another one back in 2000, which brought in teachers who are qualified to teach special ed to the students when the state of Hawaii wasn't providing it.
This chain of custody?
My only message, Mike, and I'll end with this. I appreciate your allowing me to speak. Is a class action suit. Petitions mean nothing to these people. That's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
The next testifier is Andy Crossland, followed by Walk on Fire 108.
Welcome back, Andy.
I'm here again, and I'm going to keep it short because I already spoke. But basically, you know, what we need to do here is we need to have an investigation into this, because what seems to happen when a lot of these court cases, like the ones that are referenced in subsection A of agenda item 6, they get thrown out on a technicality. You know, they find some kind of loophole where they don't even have to look into anything and they just throw these court cases out. But this commission has the authority to actually investigate these issues. And I think that we should investigate those issues. We should know why the county says that they gave on Big Island 19,000 plus or minus ballots that than what the state has. The state says they received 19,000 ballots more than the county says that they gave the state. And on Kauai, there's about a 3,000 ballot discrepancy where the county says that they gave the state 3,000 less ballots than the state says that they have. And so we need to get to the bottom of this. And as I said, the commission has the authority to do that. The court has abdicated their responsibility to look into this, and they decided to dismiss these on a technicality, as they typically do. But, you know, as I stated before, there's no harm in investigation. Let's just find out, you know, if everything's all good, then everything's all good. If it's not, then something needs to be done, but let's figure it out. Aloha.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Walk on Fire 108, followed by Helena.
Walk on Fire, can you get unmuted? If you can, would like your full name. We'll move on while they figure it out.
Okay. The next testifier is Kalina.
Kalina, please state your full name.
Okay, having problems with the mute. Kalina Campbell, for the record.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Okay. There are moments in life where we are called to speak, not because it's comfortable, but because silence has become unbearable. This is one of those moments for me. Before I ever questioned the integrity of our elections, I had to confront the lack of integrity in my own life. I confessed to years, decades, looking away, of participating in systems without understanding them, or giving consent with my silence, or going through motions while my spirit knew better. I obeyed when I should have inquired. I complied when I should have stood. And if I'm honest, and I must be, I did it because it was easier. Because confronting broken systems meant confronting my own brokenness first. That was my failure, and it cost me. It cost me trust, truth, clarity. And now, as I look over a nation cracking beneath the weight of deception, I see that I was not the only one who traded courage for convenience. We all did, in one way or another. We cannot talk about election integrity if we're too proud to show our own chain of accountability. And I say this with all the love I have in me. If a single ballot can change a future, then every single ballot demands a visible, traceable, and verifiable chain of custody. If I can stand here and admit to the cracks in my own character, then surely this commission can face the possibility that the system you oversee may not be sound, as we've all been told. If I can confess to my failures, you can reveal every link in this electoral process without redaction or excuse. I'm not here to perform, I am here to plead. Please do what I did. Look inward and then look outward with new eyes. Demand what is right, not because the law says so, but because your soul knows it must be done. Let this be the day the walls of secrecy come down. Let this be the day you say enough. We will not guard broken systems. We will rebuild them in full view. I believe in redemption. I believe in mercy, but they only come after truth is faced without flinching. This is what I am asking you to do. Thanks for listening.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas.
Aloha, just 15 seconds. Chair Curtis and McAdam, Young, Osterkamp, and Cam, please vote yes. You even heard the representative Shimizu say vote yes for agenda item 6. And Chair Curtis, allow Ralph Kushni to speak, and any other commissioner, Kushni, Papalimo, or Anjun, to speak. But again, vote yes. Everybody on here is saying vote yes. Mahalo.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Chair, there are no additional public testifiers. I would like to acknowledge Commissioner Kushnia has his hand raised.
Let's have Ralph talk for 3 minutes before we take a motion. Ralph,
Thank you, Chair.
welcome.
Scott Nago has been caught inserting ballots electronically. We have definitive proof that on the Big Island, he inserted 19,042 ballots electronically into the vote. The Big Island has collections records for 57,000 ballots, and they cannot account for 19,000. The reason they are giving us is they said the post office did not give them receipts. I've asked to see the correspondence. I just sent the Freedom of Information Act asking for the Big Island's correspondence with the post office to rectify that issue. Well, they've never reached out. They never received those paper ballots. The people are asking us to look into this. We formed a PIG 4 months with Jeffrey Osterkamp as the chair. Mr. Osterkamp has voted no to look into everything. He could not even be back on the agenda to report back on his findings. The PIGs are a delay tactic. We need to have a hearing at the next meeting and receive evidence. This is a serious accusation, okay? They cannot tell us where these ballots came from. All they're saying is that the records are electronic and that's where they came from. Trust us. On the island of Kauai, the number started at 3,000. We can't get a straight answer, but we know it's at least 1,500 ballots cannot be accounted for, and they're being inserted electronically because the collections records from the 2 counties can only account for the number that they accounted for. The next record that we have is electronic, and we have no records from that electronic system. So the public is hearing that you guys are going to form a PIG, just like the Big Island PIG that's been going for 4 months. Nothing has happened. Mr. Osterkamp, as the chair of the Big Island PIG, should report to us on what he has found and what he has done. I would submit to you that nothing has been done and there has been no investigation. Mr. Osterkamp has Esquire by his name. He knows how to get information. This is very simple stuff to get, but the will to get information is not there. So if we form a PIG, my ask is that number 1, I chair it, and number 2, nobody else on the PIG who's voted no for investigation be on it because they're not seriously looking for answers. So let's form this PIG. I'll be the chair, and let's have a couple others that are voting yes to look into things and let the chips fall where they may. Whatever we bring, Mr. Nago will be able to tell us, no, you're mistaken. Here's the records. But so far, all we've gotten is this stonewall. I thank you for my time.
Thank you, Ralph. So that ends the public testimony. We're back to the commission meeting and the commissioners. I would entertain a motion to approve item 6 and form a task force PIG to investigate the chain of custody and the claims of intentional malfeasance. I would ask Dylan
We need
Andrian
to
to
take these
chair
one
it,
at a time, Chair.
and I would ask Ralph to be a member of it, as well as Ms. Papalimo. If Lindsay Cam would want to be a member, I'd ask her to be the 4th member of this PIG if it passes the commission. I would entertain a motion.
Yes, Chair. I move.
Yes. So move to form this PIG as described?
Oh, I'm sorry. I will have to take my name off of this PIG. I will be on the mainland for 4 months.
Okay, but Ralph, that's
Who are the
motion.
other members, Chair?
Well, that's the motion to approve this.
Who are the other members?
I was gonna ask Dylan to chair it. And I would ask you and Ms. Papalimo to be members. Ms. Papalimo backed out.
Lindsay,
Anyone
Cam,
else
and
would
Dylan?
like to volunteer?
Chair, can we make can we separate this and make a motion to?
Yeah, no, it's
Form it
separate.
first.
The motion on the floor is to approve this pig. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second.
You're the one that moved it, Ralph. Dylan seconded. Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Ralph.
I'm going to repeat myself. We have discovered that Scott Nago has inserted ballots electronically on Kauai and on the Big Island.
How does that relate to this motion? We're forming a pig or not?
I'm voting for it. So
Okay.
Is
there other discussion?
Chair, I got my
Is
time.
there anybody that wants to oppose the motion?
Chair,
Yes.
I'm allowed.
Yes,
to
I do,
discuss
and I would like to
this so I
discuss.
can sway
Mr.
other people.
Osterkamp.
Yeah,
Chair,
so
I'm allowed to give my discussion so that I can.
You're
sway
allowed when you receive recognition from the chair. That's been denied. Mr. Osterkamp has the floor.
yeah, so I'm voting against it because Mr. Cushney has stated, in my view, completely inappropriately, that Scott Nago has been caught inserting ballots electronically. We are proposing to put somebody on the committee who has already decided the issue. He's, in his mind, judge and jury. And you know, he's effectively not only accusing Scott Nago of a crime, but he's convicting him in his mind of that. I don't think that Mr. Cushney should be on the committee, and I will be voting against the pig for that reason.
Let's separate the two. Let's vote for or against the pig and the membership of this task force to be determined. So the motion on the floor is to approve this pig, this task force. Is there anyone that wants to vote against
Discussion,
or
Chair.
discuss against it? Anyone want to oppose this motion?
Chair, do you need to take
Have
alternating?
discussion for this, possibly opposing.
Dylan, go
I'm
ahead.
just confused as to why. So we have two pigs that have been formed investigating supposedly currently the complaints and discrepancies that were found on Kauai Island and on the Big Island. So it seems like this is overlapping, is it not? Or what's happening with those? Can I just get some clarification?
The ballot outcomes were the function of the two other pigs. The chain of custody and claims of intentional malfeasance, which is apparently what Ralph has charged Scott Nago of. This allows this task force to investigate.
So I'll just point out, Chair, in our board packet under the list of motions that were made, it explicitly says motion to appoint Commissioner Young, Aquino, and Lindsay Cam to the pig investigation for chain of custody complaints and any other irregularities on Kauai. Does that not?
I think it was the specific differential vote count.
And again, this is why minutes are so important to this body.
Concur. Further down, the last item on the agenda is to receive Peter Young's pig report for discussion in the next 2 weeks. Lindsay, did you have something?
Sorry, I can't remember.
Yeah, you raised your hand. Okay. Any other discussion on this motion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
So I'm in favor of this motion. And again, Mr. Osterkamp has had this for 4 months and he has not done anything.
Not this pig. We're talking about this pig.
I have the evidence, and
do you want this pig or not, Ralph?
To be precluded.
We're talking about this pig. Do you want it or not?
Yes, I'm voting for.
Okay, good.
Let me state my reason, so I might persuade some of the others who may vote no on this.
Okay, you got your shot.
Okay, you keep on talking over me. So we have the evidence. We have the collections evidence from the Big Island. We have their chain of custody documentation. We have receipts from the post office. And then we have how many ballots the state reported counting. They are off by 19,042.
We're talking about enacting this pig or not?
I am.
No, you're not. You're talking about another pig.
No, this is the Big Island. We're talking about the pig on chain of custody. Please let me
We're
finish.
talking about that. Do you want to form this pig or not?
Yes, let me finish.
Okay, no.
I'm giving
You're
a reason
you're
why.
talking about other
I
pigs.
can wrap this up quickly if you let me speak.
If you
So-
got 1 minute.
The difference between the number of ballots that the Big Island collected and the number that the state reported is 19,042. We have all the receipts, we have the postal receipts, and we have the collections data. It's
How
very
does that
simple.
relate to this pig?
Because I'm for it, because we're
Okay,
going to
good.
present this
Is there
evidence.
anybody against this motion? Besides Mr. Osterkamp? Otherwise, I'll take a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Kawada still excused, Commissioner McAdam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
This motion passes.
And Dylan, would you be willing to chair this?
I would be, but I would prefer for Ralph Kushney to chair this. He's been an integral
he's-
part and has.
He's already prejudiced on this. I would allow him to be a member of the committee.
I don't
but
think
I
he's
would-
prejudiced. He's presenting facts and data that's been submitted equally by the public. I think the public would like to see Ralph chair this commission. I think Ralph would be able, this pig, and I think Ralph would be able to forward us a proper report at our next meeting. All the
I'm not
data's
gonna-
already
I'm
there.
not gonna appoint Ralph as chair of this. He has conflict of interest, having lost to the Supreme Court.
I reject that, Chair.
That's your prerogative.
I don't think the chair matters. I think, Adrian, you'd be an excellent chair. I think Ralph will help you as a committee member. I wish I could be on it, but I will be on the mainland.
I support Dylan as our chair.
Thank you.
And
I'll just
Ralph
say,
is- and
I
Ralph is-
appreciate-
I would accept Ralph as a member of the committee as long as Dylan is the speaker. And is there anyone else that would be willing to serve on this task force?
I would ask that Lindsay can be on it. She votes yes for us also.
What's the time frame?
It's up to Dylan.
Because I'll be on the mainland from August 20th.
Oh, we'll have a report in by then.
And I think a lot of our action can be done remotely as well. Like I said, all the data and statistics are already in all of our board packets and have already been submitted. So I think we can expedite a report at even our next meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
So Lindsay, Dylan chair, and Ralph on this pig. Okay, next item on the agenda is list of previous motions considered by the Elections Commission. Public testimony.
There are no testifiers, Chair.
Thank you. Ralph, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I got a point of order, Chair. On item number 4 or number 5, there was no action taken. So the board never approved an action on that. Just
That's
for-
right. So now we're on item 7.
So what happens to those items?
Nothing. It was not received for the record. Thank you very much. Item 7, list of previous motions considered by the Elections Commission. And we have no testifiers.
Yes, Chair.
So
well,
Ralph, you have the floor.
I move to discuss the status of motions that we've previously made and adopted. I move that we discuss those and not the ones that were not adopted, just the ones that were adopted. Do I have a second?
You don't get a second. I get a second. Is there a second to the motion of discussion of the
Sorry, Chair Curtis.
previously
We have a few
considered
testifiers
Elections
now.
Commission? Okay. We'd
Okay.
like to ask the testifiers to testify on item number 7, a list of previous motions considered by the Elections Commission.
Yes. The first testifier is Andy Crossland, followed by Tara Rojas.
Andy, welcome again.
Yes, hello, Commission. I'd like to start out by saying that I believe that there was an incorrect statement earlier by the Secretary. It appeared that people's hands were being removed, mine included. There absolutely were people waiting to testify. And so I'm not sure what happened or how that happened, but it appears that there was an incorrect statement made. So I'll continue with my testimony on this item now. So the motion that was actually passed on June 19th, 2024, this is 1 year ago, just about 3 days short of 1 year ago on June 19th, was that the status of motions would be included in the agenda. Now, what we have here is we have a list of motions and the result of the vote on those motions, but the column is incorrectly titled status. The status of a motion is who's taking charge of it, at what point of completion is it still pending, who's working on it, how close are they to getting done with that motion. This is not a status. This is a list of motions that says if it was passed or failed, that's the voting result. That is not the status of the motion. Now, this list needs to be the status of the motion. At what point is each of these motions that was passed, has that been completed? Is it still pending? We need answers to that. And that was the motion passed almost 1 year ago. So this list is not what was passed. And I appreciate the list, but it needs to be updated to have the actual status of the motions. So I had a couple other notes here, but I'm very passionate about this particularly right now because I think that this was a very cut and dry, very clear thing that we've been asking for, and I'm appreciative that we are making progress on that motion. However, this is just a list of the motions and their voting result. This is not the status of motions. This board and the public deserves to know at what point has each of these motions been completed or not completed, and what is the actual progress that's being made on the motions. That is what status means, not the voting result. I yield.
Thank you, Andy.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Hi. Oh, my goodness. There were hands all raised, and how can you say that there were no testifiers? I was lowering her to get your attention because you have the chat disabled. Now, I did see Palala Keone, Palala Jerk, I see Tita Wallen, and I think I even seen Tita Susan. We all had like about 5 or 6 of us had our hand raised. So I don't know if you all are still here, if you want to testify, raise your hand again, because now is the time. Figured it out. Your mode of operation, Chair Curtis. And I'm going to talk about this for this item, agenda item 7, motions from previous meetings, as Andy just said, that the public deserves to know the status of these motions, just as the public needs to hear like the complaints that you all denied. And the only reason you guys, and I appreciate that you all voted yes, is because we said vote yes, with the exception of Osterkamp, who for some reason is still going against the public on basing it on whatever legal, technicalities, as we heard. So I'm going to say this, the mode of operation, when I said, Chair Curtis, we see your rage. We see your mode of operation, that you for the 3 minutes, you bite your tongue and you breathe and you wait until Commissioner Ralph Cushing wants to speak again. And then then here goes your ego, your power and control, your anger, rage, or something, and then you shut him down. And then you say, nope, you're only going to be recognized if I recognize you. What is that? Let him speak. He was waiting all this time. 3 minutes, and then the discussion, you shut down his discussion, and then you go into that, your rage, and then you shut it down, and then your others who support you vote with you, okay? But I'm going to say this. So we see your mode of operation. That's why I said at the previous one, let Ralph speak, let him discuss Put your ego aside. You're not in that seat for yourself. You're there, and you all are there on behalf of us, the people for whom you work for and for whom you represent. So Osterkamp, I'm not sure why you're the only one still saying no. And mahalo nui, Adam and Cam and Young for voting yes. And always, Papalimu, Kushni, and Adrian, mahalo nui. But even just denying Kushni to be chair, and then just, you want to talk about conflict of interest? That's like, like literally your position and all those who are voting against the public. So I just want to point that out, your mode of operation. People be aware, watch, and notice that people's hands were raised and there were testifiers, and you were about to skip over, and we had no recourse because the chat is disabled. So please open the chat for the next meeting, and please make sure that transparency, integrity continues, and stop your mode of operation, turn it off, or step down. Let Ralph speak. It's not you against Ralph.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
If there are no additional public testifiers, I'd like to acknowledge Commissioners Kushni and Papalimu have their hands raised.
Okay, Ralph. You're muted. Ralph, you're muted. Thank you. Oh, on and off. There you go.
Okay, I was unmuted and then I got muted. So the public is pointing out that what's the purpose of the commission? We make these motions and they go and they die on the meeting minutes. And I'd like to point out, since January of 2024, chain of custody has come up in every meeting. Now, in 2024, we passed a motion to request the chain of custody documents for the county clerks to be provided to the commission 7 days before the next meeting. That never happened. In 2/20, we had a motion to advise the Office of Elections to, sorry, I'm going to skip that one. So in our March meeting, we made a motion and we adopted it. It means it passed. A motion to adopt a rule in accordance with HRS 11.7.53 that requires the county clerks and the chief elections officer to individually certify under penalty of perjury the chain of custody was maintained in accordance with HAR 3-177-453. Now, these are particularly important because we've been addressing these issues and we're not following the rules of how this is supposed to be implemented. So we make these motions and they're supposed to be given to Scott Nago to implement. Now, this one in particular, the required to sign under penalty of perjury that they followed the law. Now, here we are after 6, 7, 8 months after the election. It's obvious they didn't follow the law. So what's the purpose of us making these motions if there is no follow-up? Now, we've been asking for the status of motions to be on the meeting minutes, and we passed the motion that was going to happen. So in 416, we got a motion to request ballot box chain of custody procedures and documentation from the counties. Again, nothing was answered, so we still don't know. And then on 416, we asked for a motion to request log of signature sensitivity settings from the counties who are using signature machines, which is pretty much all the counties. We conducted an investigation. I sent out a letter to all the counties, and I wrote a preliminary report on the signature settings. That report was buried. So again, what's our purpose? Are we going to follow through with these motions? Now, there's a lot of issues with signature verification. Everything is electronic. There are no witnesses to what's happening with that. And I'm going to ask that that be put on the next meeting. We've asked the Attorney General's office to give their opinion. We later rescinded those items. Why can't we get the Attorney General's office opinion on whether what we're doing is lawful or not? In 619, we had a motion to pass it to have the status of motions be put on all future agendas. I would ask that you follow through with that. And we put on there what has happened to these motions, and we categorize them: chain of custody, signature verification. The public keeps on testifying about the same things, and then we pass motions and they go and they die in the minutes. Let's see. So I'm asking you, Chair, are we going to be following up with these motions and see to it that they get implemented? Is there a procedure? There's an administrative rule about this. I believe it's HAR 3-17010, where we follow up with the chief elections officer, and none of this stuff has happened. So I think we need to bring this up.
Thank you for your testimony. You'll have more time when the commission meets as a whole. There are other raised hands. The next testifier, please.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Victoria Thompson.
Susan, aloha.
They're just trying to get unmuted. I just wanted to add 2 points quickly. And this first is directed particularly to Mr. Osterkamp, who had just a while back had smugly asserted that there was a loophole so they don't have to disclose to us or do any research or investigation unless it's their privilege to do so. And I'd like to remind you that your positions here are a privilege. They're a position of trust and privilege, not an elitist prerogative. If you're looking to use those loopholes and to what we're trying to accomplish here by voting against something that it would be proactive and transparent, then what are you hiding? This reflects on you guys, not we the people, trying to provide transparency. Why is that such a hard thing? That's something that should be a given, like I said before. And to Mike Curtis, this conflict of interest you cite against Ralph is really only in your opinion, as you can't provide proof on that. So hence you're displaying the bias.
Supreme Court case.
So, not to mention muting Ralph at your discretion. You guys are just showing your true colors. I just want to point that out. And it's for all the world to see. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Chair, I'd like to, you skipped over the Supreme Court case, and I think we should.
Wait, no. The next testifier. Who's
The next testifier is Victoria Thompson, followed by Noella Vaughn.
Thank you. Victoria, you're muted. There you go.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Good afternoon, members of the Election Commission. My name is Victoria Thompson. I am a resident of the Big Island. I would respectfully suggest a motion that would significantly improve the transparency and efficiency of the elections process, and in consideration of the PIG that was just formed, I would move that the Elections Commission consider establishing a protocol where members of the community and the public would be able to volunteer and participate in that. And knowing that you guys are not paid, I believe it would serve as a benefit to you to have additional help in this process and relieve the commission's burden in getting help from the public. I would be honored to volunteer my time personally. I am located on the Big Island and I am willing to contribute to my community and the election integrity process. I don't know if that is a possibility, or if you have to be a member of the commission. I would entertain joining the commission on an official.
Mr. Andrian could invite you to do that.
Okay, Mr. Andrian, I would be more than happy to join your commission in helping you in this process. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Noella Vaughn, followed by Tara Rojas.
Okay, can you hear me now? Good afternoon, everybody. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Okay.
Hello.
There's so many things wrong with the commission. One of the speakers a little while ago said she said, you know, the actions of a few people here reflect on all of you. We know the good ones in this commission that are listening to the people, and then we know the ones that could really give a hoot. I'm trying to figure out if Claire McAdams is sewing a dress, balancing her checkbook, making cupcakes. She clearly doesn't know that when she's in a meeting of such importance that she should pay attention, sit up straight. I was taught that. Perhaps you need a little reminder, Mr. Osterkamp. You know, if you're hungry, have your lunch before or after. I'm trying to say that there's some heavy duty professionalism going on here. And then there's the ones that are just, you know, we know who's for the people and we know who's not for the people. Why you're doing this, I don't know. It's clearly you're being told to do this because you are all in sync. I don't want to say good or bad guys, but we know who the ones that constantly, you know, are not taking care of the people. We have
The agenda item is number 7.
I
That's the
understand that.
discussion.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
understand that. But on an overall observation of this, nothing's going to get done. I mean, Mr. Curtis, you're good about staying on the agenda, reminding us. Thank you for that. But Claire McAdams doesn't pay attention. Mr. Osterkamp is eating his lunch. It's an unprofessional situation that's a reflection upon all of you. I'm trying to stay within the agenda, but there's a great deal of distraction here. And all I'm asking is that please listen to the people. You know, if I was on that commission, I would be sitting up straight, paying attention, looking each and every one of us in the eye. You know, I respect all of you, but some of you really need to go to a simple tutorial of how to attend a meeting professionally. I thank you all. I go to these meetings and I'm amazed at this because it's constant. So please start working for the people. I appreciate the time in this matter. I don't mean to raise my voice, but please get it together, you guys. Please get it together. And you know who you are, okay? And let's clean up our elections. That's all we want to do. That's it, okay? So thank you very, very much. And once again, I do not mean to be offensive or raise my voice, but enough is enough, you guys. Let's get it together, okay?
Thank you.
Very, very, very much. I appreciate it.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Commissioner Andrian.
Aloha, I just want to do a quick one, and I just wanted to say that I wanted to yield my time to Ralph Cushney, just so he gets the proper respect and the ability to speak, even after his so-called 3-minute testimony, because I know for a fact that you would not interrupt any of McAdam, Young, Osterkamp, or Cam's, or even Kuwata's testimony, or interjections, or wanting to add their thoughts, yeah? Their contribution, other than their allotted time. You guys on a commission regarding a super important issue in this unlawful, illegally occupying fake state of Hawaii. Here yet we are showing up for these hours-long meetings so that our voices are heard. Now again, please allow Ralph and Papalimu and Andrian, and as well as you would for anybody, the ability and the respect to speak. And please again, turn off your ego, your anger, and your rage, and your greed, and your for control, or because you're ordered to, I don't know. But please allow each commissioner the respect and the ability to have a discussion.
Thank you.
I leave my
Thank
time.
you.
Yeah,
Okay, there are no additional public testifiers, but I see Commissioner Andrian has his hand raised. as well as McAdam and Kushney. Commissioner Kushney.
Please, Mr. Andrion.
Thank you, Chair. First, I just wanted to say thank you for this list. I know it's something we've asked for a long time, so I appreciate it being seen. I think it's a step towards transparency and accountability, but to enhance accountability, I think it was Andy that gave this testimony, to make the distinction of the result of the vote and then where this motion actually is. What is the status of that motion? What has the commission done for follow through? As Commissioner Kushney pointed out, with that one motion, we didn't really see any action taken. So I think it would help us in our duties and being accountable to the public if we did have that distinction on the table in the future. And then, Chair, I think it might be prudent to maybe also get some guidance from the Deputy AG on what our PIG is permitted to do with members of the public involved with investigation. I can do that off on the side as well, or maybe better if it happens here in this meeting.
And the definition of pigs kind of define that, but yes. Thank you, Dylan.
Okay, up next, Commissioner McAdam.
Oh, thanks so much for recognizing me. Yeah, I unfortunately I'm going to have to leave. I have an appointment that I have to drive to at the moment, so I'm going to be around for about 5 minutes, and then I'm going to have to leave. I'm sorry
Okay, if
about
you can
that.
give us 15, it'll help us. But
Okay.
Thank you, Claire. And additional speakers,
Okay, up next, Commissioner Kushney.
Ralph, what's up? You're still muted. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so we shouldn't have to make another motion to have the status of motions on the next agenda. We've covered a lot of ground today. Do we have your commitment to put the status of motions as we voted in June on the next agenda, and just simply how a board meeting would conduct themselves? We want to see the motion, whose responsibility it is to implement it, and then have a review of where it's at and what we're going to do, because all of these things that we've made motions on, it's the responsibility of Mr. Nago and the Office of Elections to implement. This should be taken up and his evaluation when that comes up, and we'll process that and say, okay, here's the motions that we passed and we asked you to implement. And what did you do with these? So I ask for your commitment to have this on the next meeting and the following meetings, just how we had the motion in June. Do I have that commitment?
We'll wait and see what the motion on the floor becomes.
No, Chair, the motion was made. I'm just asking you to follow.
A motion was made to discuss the list of previous motions considered by the Elections Commission. There was no second before we introduced testimony. We'll go back to that after this testimony ends. Are you done, Ralph?
Yes.
Okay, back to the commission. There was a motion made that wasn't seconded to discuss the list of previous motions considered by the Elections Commission. Is there a second to the discussion of those motions?
Second, because it's just discussion.
Okay, Ms. Papalimo, can we see your face?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded to discuss this list of previous motions.
Yeah, that's not even a motion to discuss, because discussion is mandatory. So
the motion was to discuss this list of issues, and you seconded that motion.
Well, because we already have done the discussion. A second is unnecessary. We've already done the discussion, correct?
No.
What was the last 40 minutes?
The last 10 minutes was public testimony.
Discussion on this measure, correct or no?
No. The public discussion was testimony on this
agenda
item. The
And so the
motion was
motion
made to
came-
discuss the list. You seconded the motion to discuss the list. Now, do you want to discuss it or not?
Well, I would like to ask for a friendly amendment to the motion What is the original motion was for discussion, correct?
That's correct.
I would like to do a friendly amendment so that we really get this down, that the agenda will include a list of motions and their current status.
I don't think
Yeah, I
that
concur
pertains
with
to the
that.
motion to
There,
discuss.
point of order.
Yes, Dylan.
Can I know who was the move on that motion?
Ralph was.
Commissioner Kushney, could I think our step forward is to withdraw the motion and just make a new motion on improving our
The
table.
motion was to discuss the list. Ms. Papalimu seconded it. She's proposing an amendment to the motion. What's the amendment, Papalimu?
I would like to ask a friendly amendment to Ralph for his motion that the agenda continue to include the list of motions with current status.
Yeah.
So, Ralph, can I get you to friendly amend?
I think that's another, I think that's a totally different item as bringing it on the agenda in the future. This is a discussion of these motions and
That's
that
why,
list of motions.
that's why we're asking him to withdraw that motion.
He doesn't have the opportunity. It's on the floor now. It belongs to the commission.
And now we're asking to amend it. So let's.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I keep on getting muted by the host. So can you just leave my mic alone, please?
Kahiolani,
it's an
you still
improper
have the
motion.
floor.
The motion on
Kahiolani still has the floor.
Yeah, it's an improper motion.
Okay, go ahead, Ralph.
Okay, so we've already made a motion that's been adopted that the status of motions be on all future agendas.
The motion on the agenda today is to discuss the list of motions that was circulated with this agenda.
I'm
That's
talking
been moved and seconded. If you don't want to discuss it, vote against it. If you do want to discuss them, vote yes.
Or you can friendly amend your motion.
You can amend the motion.
As I have requested that we continue on the agenda to have the list of motions and to show its current status. And I know we already made that motion. We are now reinforcing to make that motion with your friendly amendment, Ralph.
It's improper motion to make a motion that's already been done. So I'm sorry, I can't agree with that. That's already been
Thank you,
approved.
Ralph. So is there anybody
I withdraw my
talk
second.
in favor of discussion of the motion? You can't do that now.
Oh,
And discussion in favor of the motion to discuss the list of past motion and their status.
Yeah, I mean, we've already done discussion, so we can all vote yes and then move on with the new motion. So
Right.
So there would be a roll call vote, please. To
Okay.
discuss the list of motions, the status of motions previously passed as circulated in this agenda.
Commissioner Andrion,
yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Kawada excused, Commissioner McAdam,
I would vote yes, but I'm gonna have to leave now. I'm sorry.
okay, Commissioner Osterkamp,
Jeffrey, you're muted.
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
oh. Yes. I
Commissioner
wanted
Young,
to say no, Peter.
I know, I got it. Yes.
Chair Curtis.
I'll abstain. So the motion passes?
Yes.
Motion passes, yes.
Okay,
Okay.
so we can discuss that now?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to discuss the agenda, the status of motions.
Go ahead, Ralph.
And I'm happy that we have, we actually got everybody to vote on that. So we have common ground, so thank you. So back in February, we voted to request the chain of custody documents from county clerks to be provided to the commission 7 days before the next meeting. That never happened. Are we gonna require the county clerks to, when we ask for information, or are we gonna refer this to Scott Nago to get this information? How do we get information? Do we have any teeth in the commission to, again, what's the purpose of doing these things if we don't follow through and we don't get the information? This is a discussion. That's what we just voted for.
I agree.
No, we
Any-
have no teeth. It's been said over and over again that all we can do is ask. Nobody has to answer. This commission has voted on other items such as Eric to not support it. And then it doesn't matter. The chief elections officer goes ahead and gets it anyway. And like he said, he doesn't have to listen to us. So no, we don't have teeth. The only teeth that this commission has, and I'm going to be very, very clear, and it is in our rules, we employ the chief elections officer. That is our only teeth. We are sitting here wasting hours and hours and hours of time on investigations that have no teeth because he can or cannot or doesn't have to reply. We hold nothing. Now, maybe the pig will give us a subpoena power. I don't know if it does or not. That's something Adrian will look into. But the only teeth that this commission has is we employ the executive chief of elections.
I would like to.
We hire. We can hire. That's what we do. It's stated very clearly. Employ. So that's our teeth, guys. And it doesn't matter. And I'm sitting here after 2 years recognizing this. It does not matter. The only thing we can do is open up this before 3 to 4, 5 months or 6 months before renewal of Scott Nago's position, is to open it up to other people to apply and to actually interview people for the job and to find someone that we feel will listen to the people and will do what is right and has a concern and an ow that feels like he should answer people who are writing to him about complaints. We
Thank
need
you.
to hire someone who feels the responsibility of one of our most precious rights in this country, the right to vote.
I'd
That
like
is
to
the
ask.
only teeth that we have.
I'd like to
Period.
intercede now and ask the commission permission to temporarily move to the last item of receiving the pig report from Peter Young. He has to leave shortly. I'd like to go, we can go back to the discussion of the past motions, but I would like to make sure that we move to receive Peter Young's pig report to allow us to discuss it at our next meeting. Peter sent me a PDF file on it. I haven't read it. Peter and Lindsay are the two that are aware of it. I'd like to receive it so that we could publish it on our draft minutes and on the next agenda. I think this report, receiving this report, is one of the most important things we have to do today. And I would like to do that before Peter vacates.
So I will make a motion to veer off the agenda in order to accept Peter Young's PDF.
The next
Thank you.
agenda item. Is there a second?
Yes,
Discussion.
yes, Chair.
Do you want to receive the report or not?
Yes, Chair, and I would like to not only receive it, but I would like to have Peter give us a summary of what's in it, not to be discussed. It's going to be discussed at the next meeting, but I would like him to give us a summary of what's in it.
We can't discuss it at this meeting, according to.
We're not discussing it. He's just telling us what's in it. No discussion.
Same thing. We'll receive the report and then we can discuss it and have Peter's opinion and Lindsay's too.
And how
Opinions may vary. So the motion's been made to receive Peter Young's pig report. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye, or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Is there anyone opposed? Are there any abstentions? Therefore, we will receive Peter Young's pig report. We'll distribute it this evening with our draft, or when our draft minutes come out, and on the agenda for the meeting in 2 weeks, where we'll discuss this issue.
Will it give some context, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
And maybe Lindsay, I kind of saw your hand kind of go up, and maybe she has some adding. Ralph, to your point, I don't think it's prudent right now because I wasn't primed to put together a summary statement. I apologize. I mean, I could do extemporaneously, but I don't think I could do justice. That said, I do want to point out
the pig rules require that we receive it,
right?
Discuss it at a future meeting, not less than 6 days away.
Right.
So we'll receive the report, and then we'll discuss it in 2 weeks when we have a meeting scheduled on the 30th.
So let me just let everybody kind of know, especially for many of our participants that are online, that we, Lindsay Kim was our, if you will, civilian, our non-commissioner member. And so we encouraged this idea of kind of cross-pollination, which I thought was very, very helpful. I also want to state, as you're reading the report that you're going to get, that we had differing opinions, but that we definitely worked together and talked through all of the issues. So this was not one-sided. It was actually quite neutral in many cases. And I think that what you're going to see is something that can be debated, but should shed light on a situation that we've heard lots of commentary from both our citizens and commission members. So I just want to say that it was a very, very good process, and that it was there's no animosity, and I think all three of us would agree that we're better friends for it. Lindsay, do you want to kind of add anything to the commentary?
I would just like to add that we not wait till the last minute to send out the text of it. If we're really going to have a meaningful discussion in 2 weeks, then I hope it can go out shortly.
Yeah, that'll be the agenda item, and that document will be attached. I would entertain public testimony at this point on that subject.
Oh, wait. The motion was only to accept his thing. Now we got to go back.
To receive it.
Right,
Yes.
now we got to go back where we were.
And we did that. Now I'm asking for public testimony if there's anybody interested.
Okay.
On the pig
testimony about what? I'm sorry.
On the current agenda item of receiving your report.
We already took the vote.
Okay. Then with
we got to go back now to 5 or 6.
With the commissioner's permission, we'll go back to item 7, the list of previous motions considered by the Elections Commission.
Oh, okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for sticking around, Peter.
No, I appreciate it.
Yes, Chair. Can I continue?
Yes, Ralph, go ahead.
Okay, on the 20th of February in 2024, we made a motion to advise the Office of Elections to respond in writing to all written inquiries starting from the approval of the commission within 15 days in accordance with HAR 3-1704 and HAR 3-170-5. So the intent of this is that people send in complaints or inquiries and they get ghosted. Nobody replies. And again, I just think it would be good for the public to get a reply, because when you don't reply, you're hiding things. And so I'd just like to encourage Scott Nago to look at this and to consider this, because this will be coming up in evaluation time. That the fact that when public sends stuff into the Office of Election, it goes into a black hole. Any discussion on that?
Any other discussion on the motions? Other than that, our role is advisory to the chief election officer.
Okay, next one.
Any other discussion? Ralph, what you got?
Chair
I'm sorry,
Curtis, we
did
have one
somebody
more
else?
hand raised from
I'm sorry, Lindsay, go ahead. Oh, no, this is commissioners.
the next testifier is Steve Yoder.
No, we don't, we've completed discussion on this topic. Now it's the commission's discussion. And Ralph, did you have another one?
Yes, on 319, we adopted a rule in accordance with HRS 11.7.53 that requires the county clerks and the chief elections officer to individually certify under penalty of perjury the chain of custody was maintained in accordance with HAR 3-177661 and HAR 3-177453. I'd like it to be the record that we have yet to receive any records complying with this after the election. And this is a big one. The county clerks and the chief elections officer, they're not giving the public the information. And we should be getting this information as it's coming in. So as the day progresses, so they mail out the envelopes. As the envelopes are received from the counties and the counties to collect them, they should post these every day. It should be on a website. We received X amount of envelopes from the ballot boxes, and we received this many envelopes from the post office, and just post it up online or post it on a board somewhere publicly. But hiding this stuff until well after the election does not build trust. Any discussion on that?
Again, we're advisory.
Yes, I'm just saying that the public cannot get chain of custody documentation out of the counties. It does not build trust for them to hide it. Okay, moving on. In April 16th of 2024, we made a motion to request ballot box chain of custody procedures and documentations from the counties. Now, I would like the chief elections officer to follow up on this. We still don't have a straight answer. And in his letter to the commission on March 17th, he said all of the counties do it differently. Well, the law says that this is supposed to be standardized. And I would really ask Mr. Nago to take a look at this item on 416 to request ballot box chain of custody procedures and documentation. And this needs to be standardized, let alone required. So
I recall receiving a 600-page document with the standard operating procedure of the elections in the state of Hawaii.
We specifically asked for the ballot box chain of custody procedures. We never got that. We had 600 pages of rubbish. We never got the procedures. And if we had the procedures, we could take those and apply it to what we're having right now. We don't have, Oahu has no chain of custody. Maui has no chain of custody. The Big Island has a discrepancy of 19,042, and Kauai has a discrepancy of several thousand. So if we had those procedures, we could overlay it with what's happening right now. But if somebody can send those to me somehow that I missed it, but I did not see the procedures. So again, I'd ask Mr. Nago and the counties to take a look at that and get that over to us, because that would clarify a lot of issues. Any discussion on that?
Like I say, I got 600 pages that I'm pretty sure included that. But
Okay,
next item, Ralph?
Could you forward it to me when you find the procedures? Or somebody can forward it to me.
Somebody can forward it to you.
It's not in there. I read all of that.
I guarantee you it's not 600 pages long. So it's a short procedure. The County of Kauai has a procedure. It's 14 pages long, but they're now telling us that that procedure is how they allocate manpower, and it's not chain of custody. So I want the procedures that are used in the documentation for the counties to collect chain of custody reports.
Thank you. Next item, Ralph.
Okay, so we had a motion to advise the chief elections officer to use voter verifiable paper audit trail to conduct all audits. So this is a big deal. Again, we're conducting audit with ballot images. There's a lot of information out there, the ballot images, and Mr. Chair, you admitted yourself that ballot images can be manipulated. The voters have no confidence if we're checking the vote and doing an audit and using ballot images, which is created by the electronic voting machine. So we're comparing a report by the electronic voting machine to a report of the electronic voting machine. We need to compare the voter verifiable paper audit trail, which is the paper ballot, to what they're telling us in the electronic voting machine. And when that law, HRS 1642B3, was passed, that was the assurance that the Office of Elections gave the public, was that we were going to check back to the paper, but we no longer do that. So again, I'd highly recommend that this get looked at and that we, as a commission, follow up on this, that we cannot compare a report by the electronic voting machine to a report by the electronic voting machine. That instills no confidence. We need to check back to the verifiable paper. Thank you. Any discussions?
Ralph, is that law still in effect?
Yeah, and so the chief elections officer can do whatever he wants. The law allows him to use the ballot images, but he can use the actual paper if he chooses to. And it's a simple thing, but there's this is going to go along with what I said with the 19,000 ballots that cannot be accounted for. When you do an audit with an electronic image, you never check the paper inventory. The only checking of the paper inventory was when the counties received them and they signed them in their procedure. But after that, when the audit's conducted, ballot images can be duplicated. So we would never know. They're not checking back to the paper, and that's how it's not confirmed.
So that's a great idea for the PIG to do. The PIG could do a paper audit.
Yes, we'll come up with recommendations with that.
And that would be, that would be in accordance with the law. They could use paper or the ballot one. So
Yes.
the PIG could go ahead and do an audit to the paper ballots.
That would be great.
That's excellent. Great idea. Put that on your guys' agenda for your PIG.
Next, Ralph.
So in April 16th, we had a motion to request the log of signature sensitivity settings from the counties who are using signature machines. So it's my understanding that all the counties use signature verifying machines. I did an investigation. I wrote the counties. All of my, the county of Kauai replied and basically said there would be no signatures or logs or any cooperation with our investigation. Maui said they could not, I didn't have authorization to ask them any questions, and that the other two islands did not respond to me. I wrote an initial report to the commission, and it skipped a couple meetings. It was put on December's meeting, but after you removed me from the meeting, this was skipped over. So we have no information on how this whole signature verification happens. We have no witnesses. There's supposed to be 2 observers that are present when the ballots are handled. Observers are not present. And this is a big deal. And this comes right back to the SVRS, where Scott Nago says that all the records, the chain of custody ballot records, are kept in the SVRS. But there's nothing that's verifiable. So these are all electronic records. He's given us a 1-page printout, and he says, this is the record of, this is the record that shows that chain of custody was kept. And I have Kauai counties here somewhere. They sent me, it's a 1-line paper, I can't find it right now, that they're saying is Cruz chain of custody, is 1 line. And it can be, anything could be typed on there. There's nothing verifiable about it. We need to get to the bottom of this as a commission. Nobody knows what happens. And as we see on the Big Island, there's 19,042 ballots appear in the statewide voter registration system where the signature verification is being done, but we have no records. The collections records from the county have 19,000 fewer ballots, and voila, these appear. How can we as a commission let this go by? This is really egregious, and I'm going to ask that this be on the agenda for the next meeting. Any other discussion?
Well, is that something that the PIG is going to be looking into also?
Well, I've already done an investigation. It got skipped over. I'm going to ask that the commission take this up as an agenda item. And I've already turned in a preliminary report, and then not go on to receive for the record that we actually discussed this. And we cannot allow anything unverifiable. Everything in our elections should be verifiable by 2 observers. We have nothing in the signature verification.
I'd just like to say that I share Ralph's concern with this. This came out in the research that we've done over the last 3 months, trying to understand the differences in the numbers. There are no numbers from the county that support the mail-in ballot total from the state. There's no way that things add up to 27,075 votes, which is what the state counted in mail-in ballots from the county of Kauai. And
We'll
we
discuss that at
asked
the
for,
next meeting.
okay, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
what he's saying is true, and I share that concern. And I would love to get answers to those things, because we could not.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Commissioner Kushner, I think you should make a motion to formally agendize this item so it's not put off of the agenda for any reason next meeting.
The next meeting has one agenda item, and it's going to be the receiving the report from Peter Young. Additional agenda items will be at later meetings. Just
Sure. Where is the Big Island going to be? When are the PIG?
It'll be right, but it'll be right where it is now.
When is the PIG for the Big Island going to report?
You'll have to ask Mr. Osterkamp. I'm putting no pressure on these pigs at their own pace. We received this report. That'll be the one agenda item at the next meeting in 2 weeks. We'll be able to look at that and discuss that in depth.
Will that be posted for the public to read prior to
Yes. It'll be attached to the draft minutes as well as to the agenda in July 30th. Yeah, the July, whatever the next Wednesday is. Yeah, the July 30th meeting.
Okay, I move to have the signature settings on the next available agenda item, to have that on the agenda item for the next available meeting. That was a motion. Dylan, for you to second.
Sorry, my mic was on mute. Second.
Did we take a vote, Chair?
Read the motion again.
I move to have the signature sensitivity settings on the signature verification put on the agenda for the to be addressed by the commission on the next available meeting.
Okay, and moved and seconded. Discussion.
So my report being put on the that I already sent in, put on the agenda.
Other discussion?
Well, I agree.
I would entertain public testimony. Steve Yoder, did you want to comment? Actually, this is a motion to include voter sensitivity and stuff like that in the next meeting, next available meeting agenda. We'll entertain testimony from the public.
Does that matter?
The next testifier is Steve Yoder, followed by Tara Rojas.
And this item is voter sensitivity at the next meeting agenda.
Okay, you've let me in now. Thank you. I tried several times. I just want to make one suggestion, Mike, that you guys get a parliamentarian into this meetings, because you guys are going haphazard and you're conflicting with each other. And as far as Robert's Rules of Order, I don't know Robert's Rules of Order
This is
as well as
regarding
you do, but I can see it.
voter
That's my only suggestion.
sensitivity is what we're talking about.
I understand.
That's the
but I
motion
just
on
want
the
to get
floor.
that in. I'm glad I
Thank you
got
for
it
this.
in.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Consider it. Thank you.
Next testifier,
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Ms. Rojas.
Aloha, Tara Rojas. I agree, and you'll hear that everybody will agree too. So vote according to the public and do not abstain, Chair. Vote with the public for whom you work. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next testifier,
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Jennifer Cobwan.
thank you.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is really important. So as I understand it in my very lay terms of understanding technology and how these voter systems work, the signature sensitivity settings allows for something being very accurate to a signature that someone has on record to compare versus something that is like a little sort of someone's mark, something that could be duplicated by anybody to represent somebody else's signature because of the sensitivity of that thing. And you've all experienced this during, like, if you've signed something at Home Depot on their little electronic pad, and it's like, that's not my signature, but that's what it takes, you know? So this is really important because we need to understand what those settings are so that we know, like, how are these signatures going through? Now that it's all I believe it's electronic, or the computer is actually checking the verified signatures against itself, it's even more important because you don't have humans looking at it. But if humans were looking at it, the humans would be like, that signature does not match that one. But the computer just is going to let it go through because the computer is told this is your sensitivity setting. So that, I mean, you know, like I said, I don't understand exactly how these things work, but I understand it enough to know that that's important, that that's a big key thing that we need to understand. And I might add, it would be really nice if some official observers could be in the room and watch it, because they're supposed to be, you know, anytime a ballot is handled, and an official observer needs to be there, and we're not allowed. I asked well before the beginning of the primary election and was told, nope, sorry. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Jennifer Cobwan, followed by April 154.
Hello, this is Jennifer Cobwan, again testifying regarding signature verification settings. I believe this applies to the problem that I had where my dad voted in 2020, which he had a brain hemorrhage, so he was supposedly not able to vote. And I don't know how the signature verification settings affected his mail-in ballot, because I don't know if that was him who actually signed it. They also found about 4 weeks ago, I believe, Kash Patel turned in an FBI report saying that about 20,000 fake ballots in the 2020 election. They got non-citizen IDs to vote in the 2020 election. So that was about 4 weeks ago. They just found that information out. So if that's happening in Hawaii, it doesn't take a whole lot of votes to change our elections here. And I believe if they were fraudulent IDs, then the signatures were also fraudulent. So the sensitivity on the voter on the envelopes would be huge because you could see if it was very low sensitivity, then it would not pick up an accurate signature. And I've seen in other states where they would have mules that would sign multiple ballots with the same signature. And, because the settings were so low, the machine would not pick up that this is not a valid signature, and it would just accept any old mark on the paper. So with that information, I would highly suggest that you guys look into this signature setting information. I yield.
Thank you very much.
The next testifier is April 154.
Still muted.
I'm unmuted now. You can
Okay,
hear me
there
yet?
you go. There you go. Gotcha.
I think that if we went to hand counting and in person, it would alleviate a lot of this issue. But if you guys are unwilling to do that, I think it would be advantageous to encourage the county clerk's office that we, the voter, can actually have access to our voting history. I attempted to get that myself and was told that it was confidential, even to me. My vote should be my vote. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Commissioner Cushney.
Ms. Detweiler.
As an official election observer for the 2024 election cycle, I was part of a six-person team of observers who signed up with the Honolulu City and County Signature Verification Center. We had to make appointments to do this, to go to the Signature Verification Center to observe. Upon arrival, we were told we could not see it. They were not actively scanning any ballot envelopes for signatures. We were then told that if we wanted to come back, we would have to make an appointment. And if we did come back, we were seated in a separate closed circuit room under closed circuit TV. So all of that was stonewalling. And we could not ever observe signature verification. When we asked about signature verification settings, we were also gaslighted and told we didn't need to know that. That was just too technical for us to know. So, you know, again, this needs to be looked into. I strongly recommend that we look into the sensitivity of the signature verification process. Mahalo.
Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is Commissioner Cushney.
Ralph, you're on.
Yeah, so I would like to back that up and play a short video. The premise of the signature verification is rebuttable presumption, which means that if someone who voted objects and says that's not my signature is really the only way you're going to get a check. Now, there's a few signatures that get kicked back, but I'm going to play you this video that I went to Home Depot and they use signature verification software, and I'm going to show you what it does. So here we go.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Are we really going to do this? We're going to start playing videos during.
Yeah, Home Depot doesn't count.
Okay, well, my point is that the Home Depot, I can sign Mickey Mouse or whatever I want, and we don't know anything about our signature verification. So my point is, let's vote to discuss this and put this on the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Any other testifiers?
There are no further testifiers,
Then
Chair.
we're back to the full commission. And there a motion on the floor?
Yes, to put this on the agenda.
Further discussion? Then I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Cushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Kawada excused, Commissioner McAdam
He's checked out already.
Yes. Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
Gone.
Peter, that's a yes or no?
He's gone.
Peter, you're muted. Need a yes or no?
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
that's a yes for Mr. Young.
Chair Curtis,
Yes. Ralph,
motion
what's the next
passes.
item?
Next item is to discuss we approved a motion, adopted a motion to randomly audit one precinct in House District 37 in accordance with HRS 1642B3 using voter verifiable paper audit trail, counting all races on the ballots in accordance with Jamie Detleyer's request. Now, this got on the agenda item on a previous meeting, and it was never discussed. So we had 9 months between when we voted for the audit and when we did the audit. The report was put on there, but I have some issues with this audit. I was kept from going into the storage facility and to seeing how ballots were sealed. And I was kept away from the whole process. And it was very apparent to me that they were very nervous about unsealing these ballots, getting that done before we could look at things. So I FOIA'd 2 things. I sent a UIPA for the after-hour entry logs for that 9-month period. I was denied that. And I'm just throwing this out there. Why would they deny sending this after-hour entry logs to see what was going on in the building in this 9 months? Okay. The other thing that I found out is that I found the company that makes tamper-proof seals. And I asked them to make me duplicate seals, and I asked them to make it just like the state of Hawaii does. And that company said, we can't do those because we make seals for the state of Hawaii. Now, they mailed me duplicate seals, and I asked the Office of Elections to give me their last 2 purchase orders of the purchase for seals. And they would not give me that to me either. And I wanted to bring these things up because when they deny information like that, and my suspicion is these things might have been tampered with, please share with me, and you guys are watching, please share that information with me so I don't have to bring this up. But if you're not sharing that information, it means you're hiding information. So again, I would like to ask the Office of Elections to get me those receipts so we can put that to bed. But while you're holding those receipts and hiding them, it just raises suspicion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the end of your list?
No, I'm just getting started. Just getting
Okay,
warm.
let's go. Keep going.
The motion to initiate an investigation on Adriel Lamb's case, the United States Hawaii was registered voter and was allowed to vote in the last election with a vacant address. We still don't have an answer from Mr. Nago on that. And I'm sure I'm sure that's been destroyed, but I'd like to get an answer from him on how that could happen. Any discussion on that?
How do we keep track of how people become registered voters? If they walk in, or if they do the driver license, or if they fill out a form, like the one that's in the telephone book? Do we know how people become a registered voter? Do they track that at the Office of Elections?
No, it's a different department.
What department does that?
I think the counties are responsible for voter registration. And then I forget, somebody help me out, but there's a agency that tracks, and then the federal government's laws are pretty heavy-handed as how voter registration is enacted and the voters are culled. You can't just kick a voter off the registration list because they didn't vote for 3 times.
Oh, no, I'm asking about how do they get on the voter registration list?
Well, the legislature just passed a law that anyone requesting assistance, public assistance, like getting welfare, is automatically put on the voter registration, as well as when you go to get your driver's license, you're automatically put on the voter registration list. If you want off, you have to request getting off the list. So
you can opt out.
There's a lawsuit, I believe, that the PLIF is suing for that information. That's supposed to be public record, and the Office of Elections is not releasing it.
I don't believe the Office of Elections manages that. I think the county clerks do, and another state agency governed by federal law. Next, Ralph.
Okay. We had a motion to have the Elections Commission direct the Attorney General's office to answer Carl Dick's letter on the constitutionality of the ballot. Okay. So that went to court, and the court on Carl Dick's case said that the Elections Commission was the place to decide this. And the chair has told us that the court decided this issue. We never got that decided. So we still have the issue of whether or not the primary ballot is constitutional or not, because the Constitution says that you should not be required to list a party preference as a condition of voting. And that's the first question on the ballot. So we need to still get an answer from that, or we're the ones who decide that. I feel that it's unconstitutional. It directly contradicts what the Constitution says, but we need to bring this up. We need to bring this up prior to the next election. Any other discussions?
Yeah, it doesn't refuse anybody the right to vote. They have the right to vote. They just have to disclose their things. So that they can get
And the Constitution expressly says that you cannot require that, to pick a party preference.
You're not denying anybody the right to vote. Next issue.
Were they, if you don't answer it, does the machine kick out your vote?
It requires your vote one, the other, or not.
Right.
Next.
Okay. In June 19th.
Wait, Ralph, I'm sorry. I still have a question. So you're saying that on the primary where it asks whether you were Republican or Democrat, that's what you're talking about, right? Party preference?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so if you didn't answer anything in there and you left it blank,
You don't count your vote.
It doesn't count your vote?
No.
No, it does, but you don't get to vote Republican or Democrat. You get to vote all the non-political offices, like on Kauai.
Chair, I can
The
answer
mayor
that.
and the county are non-denominational. So you're not going to be denied that vote because you're Democrat or Republican.
But you'll be denied a federal vote?
No. Only you'll be denied a vote on the Democratic ticket or the Republican ticket in the primary. You can still vote for the independents if you don't claim a party, but you're not denied the right to vote.
Well, you are
Next
denied the right to
item.
vote if you're not allowed to vote Republican and you're Republican.
Well, then you disclose Republican.
But why do I need to disclose? If the
Because-
mayor running for Honolulu County doesn't have to disclose, why should I have to disclose?
Because there are some partisan votes that are Republican and Democrat that qualify you to vote in the primary. It doesn't deny your vote in the general.
Scott, you have an answer for that. Can you explain?
So the way it works is if you select a party, you have to select a party and your votes for that party will be counted. If you don't select a party, your votes will be counted only if you voted in one party. So if you voted in more than one party, didn't select a party, your votes will not be counted.
Even on non-denominational.
No,
elections?
nonpartisan will count no matter what. We're just talking about the partisan races, which are federal and state races, certain federal and state races.
And the Constitution says you can't do that.
That's arguable. And
There is no way that. So if I didn't put Republican, but I voted all Republican ticket, it'll still count my vote.
Correct.
If I didn't put Republican and I vote all Republican and one nonpartisan, does it kick out my vote?
Well, depends on what you mean by nonpartisan. So we have nonpartisan candidates, and
Right.
we have nonpartisan contests. So the nonpartisan contest, no matter what, will count. But if you voted a nonpartisan candidate and all Republican, your vote won't count because you can only vote in one party or a nonpartisan race.
Or a nonpartisan race.
Yes.
So,
And that's
I mean, not
and-
nonpartisan race. That's wrong. So, like I said, you have nonpartisan candidates for federal and state offices, and you have nonpartisan contests, which is usually your county races or your mayor's race. So, no matter what, you can always vote in that, even if you don't select a party.
but it won't let me vote in the primary.
If you don't pick a party, but you vote Democrat and Republican, none of those votes will count. But your
What if
nonpartisan
What if I
candidates
vote
will count.
Democrat and independent?
Still, you can only vote in one party.
And
Because
that's
that's
only on the primary. That's not the general.
That's what you're supposed to do. Okay. Yeah, this is wild. So that is not on the general election ballot then.
No, it's correct.
It's only on the primary one.
Correct.
Primary.
So
partisan
before,
contest.
when you came to vote in the primary, they would give you a Republican or a Democrat ballot.
That was prior to 78 Constitutional Convention, I believe.
And after, well, no, I've never had to.
I mean,
disclose-
no, you always had. I'm sorry, you're correct. You've always got all party ballots whenever you voted in person.
Right. Okay. And so, only when we went to mail-in ballots are we now doing that.
You've always
On the
gotten all
ballot,
party.
you gotta discuss on the ballot whether you're Republican or Democrat. Before you did it in person.
Yeah, you're
Right.
You still had to disclose on a primary.
I have never had to disclose on a primary until 2020, I believe. Right? Before
No,
that,
it's been before that.
You've always had to disclose on a party primary where it's Republican or Democrat or other.
right, in person, but not on the ballot, right? Never on the ballot until 2020,
No, since 1998.
98.
Yes.
Done it on the ballot
Yes.
instead of just
So-
separate ballots. So that was trying to do a cost cutting savings kind of thing.
No, that was because the voting system that we have doesn't use separate ballots.
Right. Okay. So you're not separating ballots anymore.
Correct.
Things on one.
Correct.
Yeah.
Ralph, what's next?
I don't like that at all.
Ralph, what's next?
Okay, in June 19th, there was a motion to have the chair share all his correspondence regarding election commission business with the Elections Commission. Now, I have requested your communication and I've been sent your communication. You're communicating, first of all, you voted with this motion and it was passed unanimously. Everybody voted for it. And you're communicating with the Office of Elections, Scott Nago, the Secretary, and the Deputy Attorney General. And you guys are choreographing how you're going to place these things on the agenda. And then when the communication came out, it was redacted. And I would like to know how you guys can have privileged conversations with each other. The Elections Commission is oversight over the Office of Elections. So to have the chair, the secretary of the Office of Elections, Scott Nago, the chief elections officer, and the deputy attorney general of the Elections Commission having privileged conversation, how does that work? And why isn't that public? So how do you?
Actually, that's contrary to the Office of Information Practices, where I can discuss with one other commissioner. I cannot discuss anything with two commissioners, as none of us can. You can talk to one person, but if you talk to two people, you got to write a report about what you did and all that other stuff. The Freedom of Information Act precludes us precludes me from talking to more than one of you at a time. So that motion is actually illegal.
So you can post it online for the public, but your communication, choreographing how you're conducting the operations of the Elections Commission, you can't have private conversations while conducting business with the Deputy Attorney General represents the commission. The Deputy Attorney General Yee established that. He said the only one who can ask him questions is the body itself. Okay, we've never voted to have private conversations. So the Attorney General is giving you advice, and Scott Nago advice, and the Secretary of the Office of Elections. How can the Deputy Attorney General be giving that group of people advice that is not public? That's what I want to know. I'm not talking about you. So that information should be public and shared with the public. You can't have privileged conversations with that group.
I get privileged conversation with one commissioner at a time. If there's two commissioners.
There's no commissioners on that communication.
We're not talking about-
That's why the pigs are formed, because that allows 4 commissioners to talk without communicating with the public.
There's no commissioner on that
Permitted
communication.
interaction group. It's
I'd
what
like
it
you,
is.
we're going to get to the bottom of this, Chair. I'd like you to voluntarily, all of this needs to be shared. Put it on the correspondence and communications line on how you guys conduct your activities. You guys cannot have privileged conversations. Share with the public. You're hiding that. When I FOIA'd it, you're hiding that information. It's blacked out because you know you're doing something wrong. If you were doing stuff for the public interest, it would not be redacted. You would be proud to show it. So whatever you guys are doing is unlawful or is immoral or is unethical. Otherwise, you would share it with us.
You got more information under my chairmanship than ever before. What's your next item, Ralph?
Any discussion on that item?
Yeah, Ralph, I have discussion. Did you receive that stuff in your FOIA?
Yes, and they redacted it.
They redacted everything?
Not everything. They left some conversation. And so there was conversations like, this is the second time Commissioner Cushney is asking for his report on signature verifications to be on the agenda. And then what do you want me to do with it? And then the conversation is redacted after that. And we know that my report didn't end up on the agenda. So there's things like that where they're telling each other, no, don't need to put that on there. Don't disclose it. Whatever they're doing, it's at the very least.
So the Office of Elections is dictating how the Elections Commission is running a meeting and
Yes.
what we're going to discuss.
Yeah, the chair's having conversations with everybody about that.
Send me your FOIA information. Email it to me, please.
Okay, will do. As well as Commissioner Young, when this pig started, he asked Scott Nago for advice on how to run the pig. And we're the oversight body. There's got to be some lines drawn, but whatever your communication is with the Office of Elections, it just needs to be public. And for you guys to hide that, there's something unethical going on.
Next item, Ralph.
The next item on 619 was the motion to have status of motions. And I thank you for that, for putting this on. And we hope for this to be continued. And once these motions are implemented, we'd like to cross them off the list so we don't have such a long list during the meetings.
Thank you, Ralph. Next.
Any discussion on that?
Ralph, next item.
Motion to have all communication and correspondence addressed to the Elections Commission be distributed to the Elections Commission as it's received. So we've discussed this a number of times, and you can post this information online, which will give you, so it's not breaking the sunshine law, just how you do with the commission business prior to the meeting. We're asking when you get a complaint or you get a letter to the Elections Commission, post it online so everybody can see it. But as commissioners, we want to receive and digest this information as it comes in and not get a big block of a stack of paper, right before the meeting. So again, Chair, this one's in your court. It can be posted online and everybody can receive it as it comes in. So we ask you to do that, please.
You can ask. Thank you. Next.
Motion to look at Corinne Solomon's suggestion for adopting a rule to allow for signature verification of ballot envelopes. So Corinne Solomon had asked for observers and she wrote a rule. The only thing that didn't happen was the Attorney General signed it as to form and have a public hearing for that. So again, we need to have 2 observers, at least at bare minimum, figuring out what's going on in the signature verification rooms. Any discussion?
Yeah, the Attorney General sent that back to us to decide.
No, but it got buried. It never was moved forward.
Next.
So motion to adopt a rule to use the signatures on a voter's registration to compare the signature on a ballot envelope. So what we found, we made that motion, and what we're asking is the signature on somebody's ballot on the envelope should be compared to the registration on the ballot envelope. We found on Kauai that there were 10 to 15% of the registration forms that were pulled up, and they did not have a signature on it. And they're claiming somehow that they found another signature that matched the voter's signature on the envelope. And what I want to know, we would like to know what that process is, but this motion was simply to say, we're going to have 2 pieces of paper. You're going to have your envelope that you send in and your signature, your registration. And if you need to go renew your registration every once in a while to keep your signature updated, so be it. But nothing was done with that.
Where were they finding this other signature? Do you know?
No word. We don't know how they do that.
Not Home Depot, huh?
Right.
Just checking.
Yeah, the credit card verification leads us to question it. Next item, Ralph.
We had a motion to have the Deputy Attorney General give his opinion on whether the Chief Elections Officer has the authority to change the voting method from mail-in to day of in person. And so this is what people are asking for. They're asking to go back to day of paper ballot in person in the precincts with the voter ID required. The Deputy Attorney General has not given us his opinion yet, if that's legal. So the statutes basically says the Chief Elections Officer can do whatever he wants. So the people are asking to go back to paper ballots in the precincts, and we were simply asking the Deputy Attorney General to give us his opinion on this, and we have not received it yet. So I would encourage the Deputy Attorney General to answer this question.
Was that a motion that was passed?
Yes, I'm only reading motions that were passed.
I'm going to discuss this with Representative Shimizu eventually, because I believe that's a legislative act. But go ahead. Next, Ralph.
We're just asking for the Deputy Attorney General.
I know.
Tell us it needs legislation.
Why can't he give us his opinion? We don't have to agree with it, but we're just asking for his opinion.
Okay, next.
Motion to request ballot box chain of custody documentation from the counties. And again, this was in August 27th, and that went unanswered. Here we are, we got a pig form, so I think we can move on, but we know we did not get any information.
Okay, next.
So motion to have Scott Nago explain the legal definition of a ballot image. We kind of got an answer on this, but a ballot image is not a picture. It's created by the voting machine. And I'd like to get some clarity on how this is done and if it can be manipulated. And you, Chair, you yourself said, we understand they can be manipulated.
All
and I
this
don't know
electronic stuff is up to question and investigation.
So I'm just
we're being reprogrammed by machines to where our behavior is changing to accommodate the machine. That's my complaint, but that's personal. But next, Ralph.
So we would like the chief elections officer to answer that question.
You said it was partially answered?
Partially, but this is not clear. It needs to be a legal definition that'll stand up in court.
Thanks. We'll ask him. Next.
Motion to have the Deputy Attorney General answer the question of ballot constitutionality. We already went through that. Motion to have Scott Nago tell the commission about the 22-month rule. We got an answer to that. The 22-month rule means that ballots can be destroyed in 22 months, but it does not mean that we can't look at it. So I disagree with his explanation of this. The reason why the records are preserved for 22 months is so we can go back and look at them, and we may have to do that in this 2024 election.
If there's any contested election, I believe they keep the ballots. Or go ahead, next.
Motion to advise the chief elections officer to forward to the legislature to have elections in person, one day in precincts, hand counting the paper ballots. I don't remember if that was sent in or not. I believe it was. It kind of looked like a hostage letter. But the people are really looking to have, we need to resurrect this and go back to the legislature and get this moved forward, going back to the precincts, hand count paper ballots. Okay, next one is 827, motion to have the Deputy Attorney General answer in writing the legality of writing a certificate of election for the governor and lieutenant governor prior to the 2022 election being certified. Now, this is embarrassing for the administration. And again, we're asking the Deputy Attorney General for his opinion if to inaugurate the governor prior to certification, if that was lawful or not. Because we know on November 28th, the defense attorney for the chief elections officer asked to dismiss the court case before them because it was expressly prohibited to issue a certificate of election for the governor and the lieutenant governor. That same day, the chief elections officer issued a certificate of election for the governor and lieutenant governor 2 weeks before the election was even certified. And I think we need to get to the bottom of that. Was that legal or not? Are we following our election laws for certification?
Thank you. Next.
Then you guys, the motions to rescind, asking the Deputy Attorney General for different things. So those have gone through. Okay, motion to recommend to the legislature. So Rep. Shimizu, a recommendation was created to create a bipartisan task force to resolve election issues raised by the Elections Commission. That went nowhere, and I don't know whose court that's in, but I think with all these issues, that would be a good idea to get to the bottom of things.
Concur. Next.
Again, on the 15th of January this year, we asked for the counties for the chain of custody documentation. We have yet to date received any chain of custody documentation that complies with HAR 3-1775453. No county has given us that documentation. Now I take that back. Kauai County sent me a one-line document that I still got to find that for you. They sent a one-line document that said this proves chain of custody that complied with the law. But it does not comply with the law because it was only one line. It's supposed to be a current count, which would mean daily. So we'll take this up in the PIG, but we did not get that information. And then the motion to form a permitted interaction group and investigate chain of custody for complaints on Kauai election and discrepancy on the Big Island. The Kauai has reported in. The Big Island, somehow they can't get a report together. An initial report after 4 months to tell us how that's going. And it just seems like nothing's being done, and you're hoping enough time will go by and that issue is going to go away. But we'll take that up with our other pig. So thank you.
I have a discussion on that. I have a question, Chair. Is a pig given any type of funding? So like Mr. Osterkamp, who is on Oahu, but he is the chair for the Big Island discrepancies. Does he have a budget to come down here and meet with those of us that are on his committee with the Office of Elections? Is there a budget for
No budget that I'm aware of.
Does the Elections Commission have a budget, a travel budget?
No. Well, I think travel to meetings for the commission would have to check with Scott to see if he has anything in his budget to fund travel for the pig members. We'll check. Scott, do you have money for the pig to travel?
I would have to check on that, but I know the commission as itself does not have a separate a budget for the commission. So any funds expended by the commission would come out of the Office of Elections budget.
And the Office of Elections does not have something separate for the commission?
No, it does not.
Okay, we might have to talk story about that, just, you know, for traveling purposes. If we are going to come up for a meeting or something like that.
Next, Ralph.
Yes, I got one last one that's on the list. So in 827, there was a motion to recommend having the chief elections officer certify that the statutory requirements of HRAS 11-155 are met prior to certifying the election. So this comes into play right now. And on the certificate, the 11-155 says, on receipt of certified tabulations from the elections officers concerned, the chief elections officer in a state election or county clerk in a county election shall compile, certify, and release the election results by district and precinct after the expiration of time for bringing an election contest. The certification shall be based on a comparison and reconciliation of the following: the results of the canvass of ballots conducted pursuant to Chapter 16, the audit of records and resultant overage and underage report, the audit results of the manual audit team, the results of any mandatory recount, and all logs, tally sheets, and other documents generated during the elections in the canvass of the election results. Now, what I want to know is, how was the election certified when Scott Nago admits that the County of Maui did not have any chain of custody documentation? And he's saying that there was so many ballots coming in that they couldn't keep chain of custody. But how do you certify an election and not have those documents? So that's something the commission needs to bring up also, and maybe we'll address that in the pig. But for the public to know that Scott Nago in March sent us a letter saying that the Maui did not have records, and he acknowledged that Maui did not have records. So how do you even certify in an election? And now how did Scott Nago not know that they didn't have records? And why was there no communication to get those records?
You had about 6 issues there, Ralph. One,
I'm just discussing them.
One was the one county's audit, or one precinct's audit. And there was a precinct audit that was generated and given to the commission.
It wasn't discussed.
I don't know about the one you're talking about, but I do recall an audit that was done on, I believe, on Kauai, that came up with minimum discrepancy. Other than that, I don't know the audit you're talking about. I believe it's the one we received.
No, I'm talking on the motion that was made that's on this motions list on 8/27/2024. The motion to recommend having the chief elections officer certify that the statutory requirements, so those requirements that I just listed, so the commission voted not to follow the statutory requirements. And I'm just bringing that up because you also voted on the agenda item to receive the complaints, you voted against the administrative requirements of that. And so the Elections Commission is, and again, this is a discussion, the Elections Commission is voting not to follow the laws on the book. And that's what I'm pointing out in this discussion.
Damn.
Any other discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, Lindsay.
What are we doing with all of this that you just read out loud, Ralph? Is
Well,
it all showing up on the next agenda, or not the next meeting, but the one after that?
It's supposed to.
Okay.
We'll
So that
find out
we-
what the chair does with it.
Okay, so that we know the status of these like open issues, or if they're closed, then we know they're closed.
We need to close them and move on so we don't have such a long list to go
Okay.
through.
So, I mean, up till now, these things were brought up. They were motions for actions, and then in most cases, there was no follow through. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And so
Okay.
we would like, with these action items, who's responsible to move it forward? And then ask that person, what's the status on this and what are you doing with it? And then
Well, that is the normal way that agendas work, is it not?
you would think, it's not what we've been doing.
Okay.
The,
All right.
the other side of that coin is that most of these motions and being advisory, not regulatory, we're an advisory group that advises the chief election officer. These were requests, not demands. And almost all of these were requests. We don't have the right to demand behavior from the CEO. Our role is to advise. And all of these things were to request and advise that doesn't mandate anybody. And Ralph's pointed at me, and I'm guilty of keeping agendas manageable. I don't write letters. It's presumptuous for me to expect me to respond within 30 seconds. I don't do that. I lead meetings, period. These recommendations are the chief election officer and officer elections, and they're just that, advice. We don't have the right to demand much behavior other than Scott's appointment or resignation and salary.
So
The rest
We
is
have a
advisory.
under 3-170-10 on the handle.
Sorry, Lindsay has the floor.
So does that mean that if we wanted answers about something, we are not able to subpoena people to come and testify like under oath? Is
I
that
believe
correct?
we do have
cannot do
subpoena.
that?
I understand we do have subpoena authority, and if that's invoked, then the law requires a response. Dylan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think there's more that you could do as the chair. I appreciate what you have done. But given the number of commission-approved motions with no follow-through, the public's repeated testimony expressing no confidence in the chair's leadership, and the alleged back-channeling outside of proper procedures, I'd like to make a motion.
I got to point out allege.
Yep.
Because,
I said
okay.
allege. My
Thank you.
motion, I move to.
I'm not guilty of half the stuff that I'm accused of, but that's just me.
I'd like to make a motion. My motion is to place on the agenda of the next regular meeting an item to consider the retention or removal of the commission chair.
Second.
Discussion.
Why aren't you making that motion right now?
You just did.
Next
Public-
meeting.
Just did.
The public
No.
needs.
You're saying to put it on the next agenda. Why are you not making the motion right now today?
Because it's not on the agenda. It's not appropriate to discuss substantial activity with it not being on the agenda prior to the public notice that that's going on. I can put that on the next agenda, but actually, if you have 6 votes to appoint a new chair, go for it. Otherwise, I'll put that on the agenda, Dylan, once it's passed here.
Okay.
Is there any other business before the commission?
Yes,
So
Chair.
do
I
we-
move to
so do
have
we vote?
yes, Chair. Can I be recognized?
Is it on the agenda? Is it part of the list of motions?
Yes,
What is it? What's the list of motions that you want to discuss?
it's on the agenda that we skipped over. The
What is that?
the
What did we
motion
skip
is
over?
to put on the next agenda item the possibility that we may need to subpoena records and when we get the PIG report that we may want to subpoena records from the counties if they have not cooperated. So I'd like to have that
Be happy
item
to
placed
discuss
on
that
the
when it
agenda.
occurs.
What's that?
You've determined already that we have subpoena authority.
I know,
I'm
so I
not
did,
sure what the AG told us, but we do have a subpoena authority as you've shown us previously.
will we be able to vote on that next meeting if we don't give public notice
On what?
to subpoena information?
I gotta know what information you want to subpoena and who
Well,
you're.
we don't know yet. When we hear the report, we don't want to wait an extra month. If they recommend subpoenaing something, or we find as a body that we want to subpoena information on chain of custody because we have no cooperation, then we can vote as a body in the next meeting if we give notice. That's my understanding.
That'll be part of the discussion of the report we just received.
So I'd like to get that on the agenda that we might be subpoenaing information so the public can weigh in on that.
Thanks, we're aware of it. Subpoena and discussion of the report will generate the need for that. Until then, it's not on the agenda and not here. You already showed us that we have agenda authority.
So we can
We'll
vote.
We'll exercise that when it occurs.
We
Not
can
Friday.
vote next meeting.
The next meeting, we're discussing the report that may generate the need for subpoenas.
And then are you going to make us wait another month or 2 months or 4 months to subpoena
Probably.
something?
Probably.
So you're just trying to stall the clock here.
I'm giving you 2 weeks to look at this thing to see whether you need a subpoena. Or in a couple weeks after that, if you need a new chair. I promise you that. Is there any other business in front of today's commission?
My motion on the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor.
It wasn't on the agenda. We can't discuss it in front of the public. We can put it on the next agenda. And that's subpoena. Who are we going to subpoena? What are we going to ask for?
No, we're talking
No.
about
No,
Retaining you as chair.
Dylan's motion.
Dylan's motion.
That's
You
a
said
substantial addition to the agenda that will be discussed at the next one. It will be on the next agenda, I promise,
What was your motion, Dylan?
to replace the chair. This will be on the agenda in a couple meetings. Right now, with nothing more to discuss today on our agenda, I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
we have a motion on the floor that was seconded that we did not vote on.
The motion was not relevant, not permissible, because it wasn't generated
I
to
mean, the
allow the public input.
motion was to add it to the next regular meeting.
Yeah, the motion was to add it to the next agenda.
It wasn't on today's agenda. It's a substantive item that will include, I promise, in the next agenda. Right now, I'll adjourn.